All right, my friends, here we go. And this, my friends, is going to be, let me cut this music here. Hello, my friends. I am coming to you from Dripping Springs, Texas, and we got Hawk in the house as well. And I wanted to just say welcome, sports fans and non-sports fans. I think both groups are going to really appreciate this, especially if you don't want to get your full-on propaganda um, during the game and between the game with the commercials, right? You are basically, I have the screen up and we are being programmed, and a great many of us are. Hawk, if you have a chance to find out how many people are watching this, that could be cool. Or if you guys want to drop it in the chat. But basically, it's going to be a really special show, and I've been kind of thinking about it, and I finally pulled the trigger, and I got to get some invites out to a few. So the concept here is you're watching the game, you got your laptop out or you got your phone out, and you've got us on while you're watching the game, or you're not watching the game at all. And I'll let you know when I drop some stuff for you to see. But there's going to be a lot of visuals that I think you're going to really appreciate. And we're kind of we are in real time going to be shattering the indoctrination. Now, what may help to uh, think about this as we watch is that what was coming out most recently about this entire league being scripted. And I have a good friend I've shared with you who knows sports inside and out, and just and has commentated. Has actually he's Tommy Gimler. He did the Puppy Bowl, like he was the original commentator for the Puppy Bowl, and and I don't know what they do now, but or what went down, but um, and if he's still doing it or not. But I've been been meaning to ask him about that. But at any rate, he believes that this is suspect. That there's no question in that based on the things that happen, and a lot of people believe this about football and some of the other sports, but certainly that there's a script, and we've seen actual video of these guys, saying that it's a script, and I'll share some of that with you. Um, and I have some great decodes from my friend Oliver, and I'm actually about to reach out to him with this link. I also, David Rodriguez, maybe stopping in, former professional boxer, and and uh, and we might have some other guests as well with us. We might see Slow Country. He's been given an invite. Ronnie York, um, and basically the way I kind of envisioned this, and I think Hawk kind of shares my vision as well, is that just some people hanging out, watching the football game, but and it's an awake conversation. It's a conversation that we can all have together. And George George Breeden says Puppy Bowl is rigged. Dude, no way. That's You're a conspiracy theorist. There's no way it's real. And yeah, that's one conspiracy I just refuse to, because listen, if you're talking Puppy Bowl, you know, everything collapses. Okay. The whole house of cards. Okay. The whole Major League Baseball, NBA, NFL. If it gets out that Puppy Bowl is rigged, we're done. It's all over. So at any rate, excuse me. So this kind of a thing, kind of a hang. Right now, there's a Mountain Dew commercial on, and this lovely Aubrey Plaza, who I really do appreciate and enjoy her comedy, and hope that she hasn't been, tainted by the industry. But and then that was her co-star, who's a pretty funny dude as well. And I'm forgetting his name right now. If you guys wouldn't mind dropping that name. And so yeah, so we're just gonna have like an awake conversation, and I may even pause sometimes if you guys want to listen to the commercials, if maybe it's a good one or something, or but I think it's just for those of us watching, if we just look at this as a representation of the greatest mind control in the history of our civilization, then we can really wrap our head around the ways in which they do it, and sometimes it's right on the nose, other times it is so subtle. Okay. And many things will be obvious, some things will not be, right? um and I just saw, like, for example, there's Jeff Goldblum, who, by the way, um I don't know if you all know this. I met him handful of times, got to talk to him several times. Always very gracious, a very talented jazz musician. and my friend used to promote a show that he would do, and it was just jazz all night. He played piano, and he's really really gifted, and would sing, and it was really quite lovely. It was like in a bar environment. But I was watching Death Wish the other night with Charles Bronson, and I do this. I do this Q streaming, which I got involved in, but I haven't really shared with you all, just because they were having some problems early on. But I was literally, I could have been the first podcast on Q streaming, um, and but then Brad Barton started it, and I'm so glad that he was the first because of the amount of problems that they had. Personally, guys, I don't know Brad, so I don't have an opinion about him, um, and I leave that to you. But that's just I'm just telling you what's going on with that. Um, and I know some other broadcasters are trying to do it as well. But it's $60 a month, and basically I'm watching this on um, that. And it's the kind of thing where if you're paying over $100 for your cable package, you're going to save money. And if you're just maybe getting a few streaming services or something, you're not going to save money. But it's got thousands of movies, thousands of shows, and you can find it on DavidSnedeker.com. You can find the link there for that, and that's just something if it speaks to you. But and it's a monthly thing. If you don't like it the first month, you just cancel it. And but they've got thousands of movies, thousands of television shows. They've got oh my gosh, they've got, what do you call it, Ted Lasso and things like that. But it's taken a chunk out of the Hollywood, I feel like, instead of all those major things. So I'm doing it. I'm broadcasting this from Q streaming, and I could also get the Red Zone, all football season, all that on this thing, all the sports, even the blacked out games that you get from your local. Wow. Okay. Nice tackle. Um, and so at any rate, the so Jeff Goldblum was one of the three guys that really messed up Charles Bronson's family at the beginning of the movie, um, and killed his wife and raped his daughter, and um, and and he was one of those characters way back when. So the but he just did a commercial, and of course this is Chris Pratt. Now I like Chris Pratt, and again he's so far it's very centric to Parks and Rec right now, and but he also stood up for the director James Gunn of the series of Guardians of the Galaxy. And remember, Q had the Guardians of the Pedophiles, um, and 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 so pretty messed up. There's Jason Sudeikis, Ted Lasso, but we're going to be looking at some decodes today and some things as they happen live. Also, what might be happening. Um, and I'll give you here an example of what we're going to be doing. All right. Um, so let me pull up. Um, I got so much open. Here we go. This is not normally going to take me this long, but I've got a few things open that I need to close. So let me pull this up. No, this is not what I want, but let me try that. Okay. Are you seeing the, no, that's not the one I want. So, and I've got to get a couple invitations out too. And I don't quite understand why this is not showing up. Here we go. All right, there we go. All right, coming at you, my friends. So we see Chris Pratt. Okay, I like him. What's not to like, right? Well, little concerning. So we got 1851, August 11th. um, he takes out Bill Maher with Kid Love Productions. Okay, um, and but this isn't about Bill Maher. This is about the next mention. Sometimes the truth is right in front of you, and this is oh, it was taken down off Breitbart. Oh man, that's messed up. The photos surface of Guardians director James Gunn at a pedophilia themed party. That's why they must have taken it down because it's pedophile content, even though Facebook and and Instagram have had child porn up for far too long. And Zuckerberg apologizes to those people, turns around and gives them, a 1 minute apology forced by Senator what's his name, and then he gets to go back to Maui. These people are sick. You people are a disease. We, the people, are the cure. Q. Okay. Um, and then there's a Q. Please tell us who or what the wizards and warlocks are. Guardians of intelligence, right? And if you look at, a decode that Todd and I did. Todd brought that. It was wizards and warlocks, and he thought that they were standing in front of the flag, and it was Dorsey and Musk standing in front of the flag in the Oval Office, both owners of Twitter at separate times, and and they were positioned in such a way that the U.S. flag, stars and stripes, made a hat, almost like a wizard's hat, above their head. I thought it was brilliant. Everybody loved that. Todd knocked it out of the park on that, and I think, I mean, I believe that they're, because we had already proven that Twitter was controlled by the white hats, but they had, when Dorsey still had it, because Dorsey was under their control, and now Musk is under their control. And so what you're seeing happening to X, okay, here's all I have to say about the following, and that is that if we're talking about if we're talking about Q and this operation, the Great Awakening, the operation of the reversal of generations of mind control. And this is why I'm doing this with the NFL right now, is because this mind control, the indoctrination, has been quite pervasive in our lives. And they have gotten better and better and better at it. But recently, we have seen it shoved down our throats so quickly, so urgently, um, so just in your face. The first four characters of any new show or movie has to go from white to Asian to black to gay, or mix and match. Okay. Mix and match. You take an iconic movie like Barbie. Okay. And that every human being on the planet knows about. And every little girl has played with Barbies. And at a time of age when girls are finding out what it's like to be a girl, and boys are finding out what it's like to be a boy. And sometimes girls are tomboys, and sometimes boys are, prefer to, sit and have a tea party instead of run around. But generally, we're very different, you and I, woman, man. But a woman is a man, woman, and we are all man as a species. And at a time when these young children are figuring things out, they look to Barbie or Ken and they play, but they find that Ken's a little too soft for their liking. They want G.I. Joe, or they want to just go out and play in the dirt themselves and run around and play sports. And girls too, again, but generally. So now you're talking about maybe 1 billion girls, maybe 500 million, that know about Barbie and are, kind of excited about Barbie and all things Barbie. So they do a movie and they cast the most perfect lead. I think Margot Robbie, and the other guy I've never been I think he's good, but I've never been a big fan of. And again, some of these characters, some of these stars, Q said they thought you would follow the stars. Let me see. Hawk, I don't know if for some, there we go. Apologies, folks, but I could not see my screen properly. So I'm not going to go to that next level of these actors right now in terms of like their satanic imaging or anything like that. Of course, we can look up each one, and if you guys wanted to look them up, you could send a link or something. I could click on it, and maybe we could go there quickly. But I'm very careful before I call somebody out for being satanic, or certainly giving a shout out to their handlers that they're doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. Okay. Um, and so you have Margot Robbie, and then you have her group of friends. And they're all girls, women that are, have different roles and so forth. But it's pretty much a, female run society. Um, and and one of her girlfriends, because they separate the girls from the boys, just like, at an eighth grade dance. It just kind of automatically happens, doesn't it? Um, and Until the hormones start surging, we're pretty much opposites. And so, obviously, exceptions to every rule. But one of her friends is a man who has transitioned to a woman in real life. They don't bring it up in the movie, but not bringing it up in the movie is almost like, well, it's completely acceptable. She's just a girl. And so look at the opportunity had to really send an incredible message. And a lot of people, I'm sure, think that they did send an incredible message with the movie in general, and stereotypes and sexism, and on coming from both sides, by the way. And so I think that, it could have been a lot worse in terms of like what it could have done to the women or young girls watching it. But to slip that in there, and along with all the pronouns and all the various genders that we are now supposed to just accept as if, oh yeah, of course. Well, why would we even think to question such a thing? you know, what used to literally be considered um, mental illness, we are now supposed to accept with open arms. And I take offense to that, and not take offense to that to offend anyone, but I take offense to that person should expect my capitulation on something so absurd. And even if it wasn't absurd, expect my capitulation to something that they believe and I am forced to believe. So, these things, they see these opportunities to grab the mind of the human being. They see them and they seize them. And they don't let a minute go by without selling you something, convincing you of something, trying to elicit a feeling around something that you connect with and want to purchase, want to vote for, want to engage with. And they use the stars. So as you're looking, watching, look at the level of manipulation. How many billion people watching, maybe 1 billion. Doesn't that leave 7 billion that don't give a shit? Right? You know the Raggedy Ann doll? Do you guys know the story of the Raggedy Ann doll? I see Pat just mentioned that. So, my friends, that's a bit of just an opening to what I'd like to start off here with. Watching a little the Super Bowl, bring Hawk on in, and chat a little bit. Maybe Hawk Slow Country, I believe, is in the house. So, boys, why don't you come on up? And
Okay.
How's it going?
Hey, Slow, what's happening?
All right. Real quick, I'm going to drop the link for the YouTube into the chat. If I get somebody to take that over to the Facebook and drop that all over the place, just let everybody know I'm on suspension from Facebook for another day and a half, 2 days, because they didn't like that Tucker Carlson thing after all.
Mhm.
But
Hey,
Dave,
hey.
I got to tell you, I got to bring up one thing right off the bat that
Hey, just on that subject, buddy, of the link.
Yep.
Will you send the Rumble link as well, and give, because I want them to, because there's a nice chat on Rumble going too.
Is there? Okay.
And just let them know, there's two chats going.
Yeah. Let's see.
But the people. Okay, I'm watching the chat in Rumble, guys. So hello, everybody over in Rumble. And why can't you see me? I don't have the camera on because I didn't make it to the salon today. Hawk, did you see? That's why Hawk doesn't do his picture in slow, because they the salons in their neck of the woods aren't what they used to be.
Yeah, mine is Hair by Canine.
Hair by Canine.
It's,
that's good.
I'm serious. If I walk around with my ponytail outside of my sweatshirt, as soon as I sit down in the chair, one of the dogs is behind me, sitting there pulling on the ponytail, thinking that it's a play toy and everything else, and it's just like not cool. Not cool.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, everything around here comes with a side of fur, also.
No, but
it comes. Hey, Slow. Will you turn your
volume
volume up a little bit?
Let's see.
Yeah. Oh, here I can grab that. You can always do that too, Dave. You actually have control of that. You can.
What do I have control over? His volume.
Okay. Yeah. So if you go down to where the backstage area is down below, and you click.
By the
on
way,
those
don't
three
you love
dots
it
there?
when you pull up? Don't you love it when you pull up one of the one of the locations? Like I was just on Rumble watching us, and I tried clicking on the screen on Rumble for what you were saying.
Yeah. So the little three dots that are on there where you can like change your audio avatar and stuff like that. You can also edit mic settings for your guests.
It says my only choices with Slow are ban from studio and kick from studio. Hey, Slow, do they know something about you I don't?
No, I have no idea. I just turned my volume all the way up, so.
Okay. Hey, that sounds good. I see it. Okay. It did open up, Hawk. And and I do see it, but I haven't turned all the way up. But you're sounding loud and clear, Slow. So welcome.
Awesome. Before it was automatically adjust volume.
Okay.
So,
So, Hawk, you're dropping those links, yeah, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
send out an invite.
So I did want to bring up one major thing that I'm kind of ticked off about. Okay.
Okay.
And for those of you that don't know, on the Rumble side, H1M7Q, that's me. So on there on Rumble. But the thing that gets me is they showed Lahaina, okay, and then had a coach and a couple of players from Lahaina football come on, okay, giving these guys a spotlight on the Super Bowl, but nobody's done a damn thing about Lahaina since Lahaina happened.
Yeah.
You know, oh yeah, well let's put them out there in the Super Bowl. But hey, by the way, we're still not going to do anything for the people. We still need money for Ukraine. We still need money for Israel.
Ridiculous.
And we're just going to give them a couple of seconds of fame on on the National Football League coin toss. That'll cover their expenses, their costs to rebuild their homes or find a new home and everything else.
Here's everything you need to know about that. Count the Lahaina seconds, and then count the beer minutes of time of airing on the Super Bowl. The beer commercials will outweigh Lahaina 100-1.
Oh, make it 1,000 to 1. They've already got them at 100 at 100
Yeah,
100
yeah,
to 1
right.
already. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's they had a total of they showed the an overhead shot of Lahaina for I think it was like 10 15 seconds. And then those guys walked up and the coach and a couple of the players from the local Lahaina football team walked up. They did the coin toss and poof, they were gone. You know, very disappointing. Very, very disappointing.
speaking of Lahaina, did anybody catch the all of the Twitter posts and stuff like that about The Rock at the WrestleMania kickoff?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you hear what the crowd was saying?
Yeah, they started chanting Maui.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
You know,
and did you see the look he had on his face though? It was freaking priceless.
You know, guys, I think we got to show that because it was. I felt a shift in awareness, right? And I really think that that was an important moment. And what I thought of right away was they won't be able to walk down the streets.
Yeah. It's it's one thing to shout Maui. What they should have done was they should have chanted Lahaina. Lahaina. And let me tell you, it's this guy's made billions. Both from the wrestling industry and from the movie industry. And he himself by himself could probably or has the funding to completely rebuild that entire city.
Yeah.
But that's not where they want to go. That's not where they want to go, you know. And this city in Chile that had the exact same thing happen to it. Nobody wants to talk about Chile. It's not on national news. What's going on? Why are these things not being talked about? Why is the fact that there's no funding for these people not being talked about? You know, but hey,
what is
we
Kelsey?
want to.
Hey, dude, what is? I'm sorry. What is Kelsey doing? Did you see that? Kelsey
I
just
missed.
got in the coach's face and actually hit him, like bumped him, like really aggressively.
I think I might be able to back it up. Let me see. Oh yeah, I can back up on mine.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I can do that.
Okay, so
that was messed up. Yeah, so this is this whole the Chile thing, that's still going on, isn't it?
yeah, yep. Yep.
All right, I got to get these invitations out. You guys talk amongst yourselves. Let me just get this knocked out.
Yeah.
I'm putting out an invite to Oliver, who is doing some great decodes. I'm putting one out to David Rodriguez, and otherwise known as Nino or Nino, if you're a gringo, which most of us are.
Oh yeah, he got really pushy on that coach. 100% there.
And what are they saying
Like,
about it?
he's saying, keep me in, keep me in. Damn it, keep me in. It
Okay.
wasn't my fault. Keep me in.
All right. That was that's justifiable then. I've been there when coaches have taken me out and I've gotten in their face.
They took him out.
Yeah.
He's sitting on the bench now.
Yeah. Yeah, I do not like being taken out of a game.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, this one time, it was the what would be my last GBA, my last professional team I played on in my last season. And we were in we weren't supposed to make the playoffs even, but we made the playoffs and we made it through two hard fought rounds into the final round, the championship round. And we were in game, if we had gone, the games were 2-2. And if we had lost this one, we would have been down 3-2 in a 7-game series, and they would have only had to win one of the two at their home. I know that's confusing, but it's a 7-game series. We're at our home in Jackson, Tennessee, home of Casey Jones, who got high on cocaine and ran a locomotive off the tracks. And we'd get about 1,000 people a game. And I block a shot in the second half. So this game is really important. We got to win this game. So I block a shot in the second half, and the referee calls a foul, and it wasn't a foul. And guys, if you could see it, you'd side with me. And you know me, I'm all about the truth. So I ain't lying. I blocked this shot, and he calls a foul, and I turned and I kicked the support, and I got a technical foul. So, but it was a key moment of the game, and my coach took me out, and Tommy Smith, who used to be our scorekeeper, but also used to coach college ball. And I was pissed, and he knew it, but he let me settle. He didn't even let me settle down. He saw I was getting more and more pissed, and I did. And when he put me back in, just like a minute later or 2 minutes later, I went off, and we ended up winning the game, and I got MVP of the game, the whole bit. But it was taking me out, fired me up. So he might be taking Kelsey out to fire him up, just like he did, because maybe he's not playing pissed off, and he needs him pissed off. Now Kelsey's Mr. Pfizer. We know that. We know he's bought and sold, and he's a pawn for the elite. The most unfortunate thing about all that is that he is one talented dude, and it's a shame that they capture the best players, the best singers, the best actors for this role in the indoctrination in the Matrix, and it's a damn shame. But most of the time, they get there and they can't say no, or they're about to arrive, and it's made very clear that if you're going to get it to the level that you've dreamed about your entire life, if you're going to get to that level, you have to have sex with a child. You have to, commit homosexual acts. You have to, it's just because then they can control you. Then they can get you to do their bidding, because they need those that have the most spotlight to do their bidding. I just saw that a shooting at Joel Osteen's church. Unless it was him, I'm not interested.
Yeah. So they took out number 57 of the San Francisco. I think he was was their quarterback.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, guys, I am Hawk, if you both would be on the lookout for either David or Oliver coming in the room.
Yeah, I'll bring him right up as soon as I come in.
And I'm looking for an email I sent today, and I'm going to tell you, I'm going to share this. I hope to hear back from him, but I'm going to share some of his work with you all. It was really some great stuff, and so basically, Hawk and I know Slow as well, but Hawk and I, we're looking for good stuff to share with you out there. It's not like, we're creating all the content. We're sharing other great content, and Hawk is making sure that content, like mine and X22 and we know, that have gotten banned from YouTube and banned from Facebook, Hawk is taking them and rebroadcasting them so that you can see them on YouTube and Facebook. And he's only had to do it 24 times. And it's really easy to do, so he doesn't mind doing it, right, Hawk? It's a piece of cake.
Yeah, it's a piece of cake. As long as I'm not waiting for a phone to get to me so I can make another channel.
Right, exactly. So
more burner phones than your local drug dealer. It's
yeah. So we're looking at bringing you some cool stuff here. So I sent out those invites. We'll see how they go. But are either of you pulling up stuff like Joel Osteen or anything like that like Hawk that
No,
you want to add?
well, no, I've been watching these commercials,
Okay.
because I know that we'll be getting stuff out of the commercials. As a matter of fact, the last commercial was aliens, space, thousands of alien spaceships flying above the cities, and with a message going out to everybody's devices. Hello down there, with a picture of 3 aliens.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I've been watching those. Now they're doing one in regards to the Holocaust and Hitler, and basically it's an anti-hate commercial. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stand up to Jewish. It's basically stand up to Jewish hate, but then they change it at the last second to stand up to all hate. So there is so much going on in the commercials on this thing. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I've been
Hitler
doing.
was right. Oh, look at this. So this is the Jewish thing that stand up to Jewish hate. This is the thing that that Bob Kraft,
Yep.
did, where he's showing everybody all the hatred towards the Jews. Okay.
Yep.
Wow. Hitler was right. A black man standing in front of a burning cross and then a burning swastika. This is the guy who basically got busted for illegal massage parlor prostitution when he was at the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and this is the guy that owns the New England Patriots, Bob Kraft. Yeah. And in my decode, in my decode from the other day on the Super Bowl, I mentioned Taylor. He's been doing witch ceremonies and rituals on her live shows that are sold out, and Taylor Witchcraft, because he's going to be doing this with the for the Jews tonight, and it's really, is that really one of the major problems in our society right now? Is it really? And I'm sure that many can find some statistics, but I'll tell you, we really need to stop with the Jew victimhood. It's over, and
Yep.
and I believe saving Israel for last is a part of that.
Yep.
Listen, folks, you know me. I will say what I think, and I have come a long way. What's that?
You're not going to feel bad about it.
Nope. And I'm not going to feel guilty about it, because I can, if somebody really wanted to challenge the things that I'm saying, well, imagine if somebody would want to, for example, sue me for, defamation against the Jews or something ridiculous like that. Like I don't like, my Jewish friends, or that I don't have a lot of love for my my family heritage. Like I am, my sister did one of those things that could have really messed up his knee. Did one of those DNA things, and found out that like 38% Ashkenazi, So like I got 38% Ashkenazi Jewish blood in my body from my heritage, from my lineage. And we all have like different parts of that. And it's really about like we've got to really stop with all this victimhood for everybody. We're all the same. Stop, just knock it off. You just want a better seat on the bus. Okay. You just want the better meal in the cafeteria. Okay. And you just want better this, better that. Well, guess what? Work for it like everybody else. You're not going to get it as a fucking gift. Okay. And I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're black, yellow, brown, black, um, Jewish, Christian. I don't care. Okay. Who you are. Okay. We all have a story. We all have our stuff. We all have our life experiences, good and bad. Okay. And we all got to get over ourselves. And when I say that about the Jewish population, it's like, if I was sued for such a thing, it's like, all right, let's do the disclosure. Bring it out. Let's bring out all the evidence. Let's bring out all the evidence and we'll see where we stand. Because history has been rewritten by those who control the scribes. And look at your media. Who controls your media? It's not that difficult to figure out, people. It really isn't. It's really simple. But we got to be honest with ourselves and be honest with our tendency to not want to speak to the controversial for fear of who we may offend. I'm offended by those who are easily offended. So here we are at the Super Bowl.
Go lay down.
San Francisco, Kansas City. And go ahead.
First touchdown of the game.
Dave, you were talking about Robert Kraft a minute ago.
Yes.
When you did your dive, did you come up with post number 2869?
Oh, I'm sure I did, Flo, because you know me. There's not a stone I leave unturned. Wait a minute. What's that number?
2869.
2869. Hold on. 2869.
Right now it's 9-0 San Francisco.
Awesome. Yeah, feel free to throw in a few highlights or play-by-plays, Hawk, because a lot of the folks are not even watching.
Yeah, Christian or Jennings just made the touchdown, number 15.
Oh, okay. Sned, my brother.
I am watching it on an app called FUBO.TV. I signed up for their 7-day free trial, which I'll cancel as soon as this game is done.
He's like, hey, I'm watching the game on FU, and I'm like, don't talk to me that way.
Yeah.
Hey, so slow. I did not go there. But I'm going to pull it up. But go ahead. tell us what you think about it.
So I typed in craft, and this is what I came up with. And it's actually from the 22nd of February, which is what, 11 days from now. So the Delta's coming up here pretty soon.
Yeah, it's a double number.
Yep. Super Bowl in parentheses winners and puppy, and y'all can read the rest of that. So I clicked on the blue numbers, right? And it took me to this one from Anonymous, probably being blackmailed. And then Q literally said puppy. That means go to Urban Dictionary, type in, and it gives you the thing.
Hold
Hold
on. So you jump numbers from me, right?
I jumped numbers.
We're still on 2869.
Yeah, so am I. I clicked on the blue number right there that has the chain link on it.
Oh yeah. But hold on. So you can bet Q knew Kraft was on surveillance video just when Kraft got all liberal in the fake news. Keck Q. And Q says Super Bowl winners ? Puppy sex Urban Dictionary.
Yep.
This was in my dive, but I'll show you how it was different here in a second. So go ahead and so now I'm clicking on the blue. I want to be with you when you're going down this. For some reason, it's not coming up for me. What are you seeing when you click on it?
I had to right click and open a new tab.
Well, mine automatically opens a new tab.
Because if I do like you and I click on it, mine does the same thing yours is doing.
Huh. Okay. It's taking a minute. Maybe let me try something here. So so how did you finally get there? So San Francisco kicking off to the Chiefs.
Yeah. Second down now.
So what? Oh, am I behind?
Yeah, it's 3 minutes and 56 seconds left to the second quarter. And just so you guys know, I have not watched sports in about 15 years. So I am torturing myself with watching the Super Bowl for your pleasure.
Hey, whether or not it's our pleasure remains to be seen, Hawk.
What's that? Connie Carlos. What Connie Carlos say here? This is 4484. Decode puppy to put in puppy to gematria a week to remember.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that earlier also.
I'll tell you what, let's go to my dive here and let me find.
Yeah, it's going to be the halftime that we're going to be wanting to see be paying most attention to, I think, anyways. But
yeah. I mean, basically,
we know everything else is pretty much scripted. So
yeah, halftime and the commercials, like you were saying about the right. Okay, so it finally did come up slow, and so we have. What was the one you wanted me to bring up?
It was the one that was in the middle of the post. 81, 532, 75, 81.
Yeah, I really need a screenshot or something if you're going to a certain
Okay,
spot that I can't
here you go.
like quickly get to.
Here
Or
you go.
just do a screen, do a share screen. Slow country.
All right. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, I didn't know
Dave,
you
go
had
ahead.
that capability. What have we been waiting
Well,
on?
yeah, you just Dave. So what you do is you bring yours down, and as soon as
Yeah.
his is there, then you pull it up.
Yeah. Okay. So, and while you're pulling that up, I'll pull up my my dive from earlier. We got about 40 viewers right now on Twitter. Hello, everybody on Twitter. If you guys want to chat, you can do it there. We've had about 720 people come through on just on Twitter, and but you can go to Rumble, um, and uh, and I'll drop that as well, and just welcome everybody. And we're just kind of hanging out. We're talking, and I'm going to get into, by the way, just so you guys know, I'm going to get into some shit that it's going to knock your socks off. And I'm talking about my two partners in crime here as well. Um, and it's something that my friend sent me, and um, as a matter of fact, I'm going to reach out to him as well. Um, let's see. Let's see if I can do that. Go ahead, Slow, if you got that up.
All right. Yeah, it's up. So, and it brought me to this right here, which is okay. Q literally said puppy. That means go to Urban Dictionary, type in, and then it tells you what to type in. Learn. I mean, there's a word for this. Take into context with the rest of the drop. Craft on cam with acts like these going on. These people are sick. They need sword injections to the chest. And then if we go,
By the way, puppy love in the Urban Dictionary is child sex.
yes,
Yep.
And it's, guys get off on that. They have children have sex together. And, they watch and then participate in it. And it's, yeah, it's sick.
and then if we go to the next one over, it says Q Plus has been battling the NFL for years. He knows.
Oh, that's right. That's right, because he started the USBL.
Yes,
Trump,
and then
Trump
also,
started the USBL, or start. It was one of the owners who started it. He had the new what was it? The New York. What was that team?
didn't he start arena football or something like that?
Yeah, he might have
I
done
think that was him and McMahon. Him and Vince
okay.
McMahon from the WWE started that.
The XFL.
Yeah,
that's it.
I went to one of the XFL games, man. The first one in LA. It was awesome. There were supermodels in a hot tub at the center field. It was.
So,
But it was and it had that camera that went along with the ball, which was really cool, right? So go ahead, Slow.
And that
You
brought
got the
me,
floor.
well, and that kind of brought me to this. And I was telling Hawk about this post earlier when I talked to him on the phone. This came in from Donald Trump today at little afternoon Eastern. I signed and was responsible for the Music Modernization Act for Taylor Swift and all other musical artists. Joe Biden didn't want anything for Taylor and never will. And they're making a big deal about this, by the way, on about her coming into Vegas from Japan and all that stuff. There's no way she could endorse crooked Joe Biden, the worst, most corrupt president in the history of our country, and be disloyal to the man who made her so much money. Besides that, I like her boyfriend Travis, even though he may be a liberal and probably can't stand me. So
Can't stand me.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. That post right there is kind of interesting in itself, considering all the hoopla going on with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. So
that was an intentional miss. What the he did not catch that ball on purpose. That was 100%.
That one too.
Wow.
Oh, come on. So he threw it behind him a little bit, but still, you know, you got to make that catch. And he didn't throw it that hard either.
No, he didn't.
And that's why it was behind him, because he didn't put enough zip on it. We may or may not show my my beach football highlights today, because we need some real
Breaking
football.
in a 67-27 vote, the Senate passed a $95 billion emergency aid bill for Ukraine and Israel. The bill will dedicate $60.1 billion to helping Kiev and send $14.1 billion to Israel, then fund almost $10 billion in humanitarian assistance for civilians in the conflict zone. Now, everybody's watching the Super Bowl, and these guys are passing stuff.
They're not doing it today.
They're
watching the Super Bowl too.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
When did they do this?
It just came up.
Are you? No way they're working today. Those lazy sons of bitches. What's the bill called?
It's February 11th, 2024, 12:01 p.m. It was posted.
What's the bill called?
Give me a second. I got to figure out how to pull that up here. Give me a second, and I'll.
So go ahead, slow.
So that took me to back here, and also, by the way, I think this is quite interesting in itself. Another one of the anons from the from that same post. Love me a Q storm.
Cool.
Yeah.
So where did you go from here?
Well, and that's pretty much it. I mean,
okay.
And another thing that I found really interesting was that it was released today that Lloyd Austin got put in Walter Reed, and I was talking to Hawk about this, for problems with his bladder. And somebody had posted on X, I think it was Santa Surfing, about every dog has his day or something like that, and she is referencing Lloyd Austin. And if nobody if nobody understands the reference, Lloyd Austin was the commanding general for 3rd Infantry Division, which their mascot is Rocky the Bulldog.
Their mascot is what?
Rocky the Bulldog.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So you think it's a double dog com then?
I think it could be.
Interesting. That's a good catch there. Yeah, double dog com. Well, listen, I'll tell you this, and I'm about to post this right now, but I'm trying to get to my Rumble channel to share the link. But I'll go to my decode. But as I do that, here, let me just drop this link for people.
Oh no, she did not just out Stevie Wonder as not being blind.
Who?
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. This
Who?
girl just blew a kiss to Stevie Wonder, and Stevie Wonder blew a kiss back to her. Oh my. Oh my.
You mean that old footage? That old footage?
Old footage.
Or
Hold
recent?
on. Hang on. Let me pull StreamYard back up here. Oh, hang on. I gotta mute because I don't want to have the audio from the Super Bowl coming on me. Okay, so check this. Here we go. You ready? You ready?
Yep.
Here we go.
Cut the audio. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's an old
brother.
That's
He's
an old
just
video.
like, he's just blown away. All this time he thought Stevie Wonder was blind. Some people are just seeing this stuff, though. I mean, this is what's crazy. But here's an interesting one, Dave. And this kind of can I run that again?
Yeah.
Are you there? Okay.
Your video is really, really slow. It's not going to work.
Hang on one second. Let me it's because I got this on and I got this on. So once I get rid of that, and let me use my cam. Boom.
But if you send me the link, I can always show it too.
Yeah. Okay. Take it back to here. I'll drop it in the private chat.
Okay. And I'm going to repost this on X.
And then I'm putting another one back there too, about a breakdown in regards to the 13s involved with Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the one that Script Keeper put out?
No, this is one that Meryl put out. That girl that does them. So 23 seconds left in the second quarter. Score is 10-0.
Hawk, do you remember what the numbers were? Was it 67-32?
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, I'm on the Senate website here and I'm looking at it.
Yeah. So yeah. 10-3 halftime. Let's see here. It was 67-27. And I dropped the link. It's in the back or in the private chat there. Slow.
All right.
10-3. Yep. Equals 13. Smart girls. We got some smart girls here. We got to watch out, Dave. These girls are going to end up taking over our show, you know?
I'm sorry. I'm working on this. What did I miss, buddy?
Yep.
Say that again, please.
Oh, it's San Francisco 10, Kansas City 3, 13. What's Taylor Swift's favorite number? 13. What day was she born on? The 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Friday the 13th.
Somebody, please do not give that girl a machete.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, and a hockey mask.
So,
Yeah, John Dunning said 211 equals 13.
yeah. Halftime. There they go. Oh, Kelsey's going to have to go get a hug from his girlfriend during the halftime.
Holy crap. Yeah, there's a lot.
And Purdy's number, the quarterback for San Francisco, 13.
Yeah, Swana Watcher said 49ers, 4 plus 9 equals 13. Super Bowl 58, 5 plus 8 equals 13.
Yep.
So much symbolism here.
Yep. So McCaffrey's the only football or only touchdown. Yeah. Now they're showing a preview for the new TV series Tracker. And what's he looking for? He's looking for a kid.
Guys, I will be with you in 1 minute. But here we go.
So, folks, that means he'll be with us in about 7 minutes.
Actually, I'm about to drop a bomb and X. And I got to tell you, man, I have not, Hawk, you know this. I haven't been doing much with True Social at all. And I'm not with the freedom of X. There are more people that need to be reached on X than Truth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
X,
what I come back to.
Yeah, see, what True Social should be is the spot where we go and we coordinate everything that we want to do on the other channels. And you know, it's kind of like our it's like our headquarters, you know. And we're sent out on missions to hit X, to hit YouTube, to hit Facebook, to hit all these other platforms and everything, you know.
Hey, I just want to remind you guys, keep an eye out for anybody coming in.
Yeah. Oh, you'll hear the sound. You'll hear the sound of them coming in.
Oh, okay, good. That's good to know.
Yeah,
all right. So I'm going to share this with you here. This is my. I just posted this. Sned, Hawk, and Slow Country. Decoding the SuperB owl. Remember when someone falsely reported Biden's IQ was 187, guys, right? Oh, I forgot. 7 come to be killed. Tupac, I guess. Okay, had to update that. Okay, so what is 187? How did 187 come to be killed? Tupac, because it was hip hop. Vegas, how do they get him out of the race? I should say Biden. Who will be the first to fall? Hillary, 58, died from a few days ago. Huma, Muslim Brotherhood, Lloyd Austin in hospital. Vegas shooting, how many died? 58. Again, to drop 58. Who was the sheriff of Vegas? Now the governor of Nevada. Who was the police commander on the strip that night? Hold on. Let me finish. What was the police commander on the strip that night? Now in Lahaina.
Yeah.
What really happened in Vegas that night? Why so many witnesses killed? Why Saudi Arabia purge right after? Twitter owner, Huma funder, that's a Harvard University Muslim alumni, funded by Prince Al-Walid, who was the heir apparent in Saudi Arabia, who was hung upside down by his ankles in the Riyadh Ritz-Carlton, who also owned Twitter and finances the Harvard University Muslim Association, which Q also told us to watch. Go ahead, Hawk.
Oh no! That's where I was going. It was
the sheriff became governor. The police commander became the Lahaina police chief.
Right. Yeah, the chief of police of Vegas area.
And how interesting, guys. We're all working that night in Vegas when the worst mass shooting in U.S. history happens. We all do a really shitty job of communication to the public, of a real investigation. Okay, this is how they are paid. Now, two things. One, the guy goes from the sheriff to the governor. That's a pretty big jump. Okay, can't be done. All right. Joshua James is trying to do that, and I hope he does in New Mexico, because he was the sheriff that would not allow the
infringement of the Second Rights or Second Amendment.
Second Amendment. The governor was trying to stop their Second Amendment, and he wasn't hearing it. And he would not enforce that unconstitutional law. And that's what sheriffs should be doing around the country. So now he's running for that governor position. I interviewed him down at Eagle Pass when Hawk and I broadcast from there, and that was a great interview. He was awesome, and talk about awake. Yeah. But at any rate, the sheriff goes to governor, and the commander of the police, not the police chief, okay, not the police chief, but the commander gets a job in Maui, like the most beautiful place, the most temperate place on earth. This is how they reward those who do their bidding. That is so important for us to get. Katie Hobbs in Arizona, she stole the election in 2020 from Donald Trump, and she is the next governor. Here's Kelsey again getting in his face. He's pissed. Yeah, you tell me what he's saying about this. Are you listening to that at all?
Yeah, it's that the coach caught him off guard for pulling him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at any rate, and now, and by the way, the 187 could be this shooting at Austin's place, because what they do is they trigger cells, they trigger MS-13, they trigger those, all those drops. And I'll go back into, let me go back into my dive from, the other thing I wanted to show is the drop search results for 187, which was November 21st, 2017. And folks, if you're new to Q is not linear. Okay. Q is like a four-dimensional tesseract. If those two words can be combined in a way that they interlock in discernible connections. My actual conclusion, and this is not from an anon. Yeah, this was from Q before Q was Q. Q was still anonymous in 2017, in November of 2017. My actual conclusion is probably what's delayed me the most, as it's been mind-blowing understanding our country now. I totally get it. Current conclusions. So Titanic, the Rothschild screws America by making our money worthless. The stock market crash of 29, again, both of those events, the Titanic and the stock market crash, were orchestrated. And by the way, folks, I'm going to take a pause here so you can watch the halftime show or not, but I just want to get out of its way so we can see the symbolism going on, if any. And I'm just going to let you enjoy this music, and I'm going to step out of the way and take a break.
Hmm. So he said, only God answers prayers. What's that on his jacket? If you guys are answering me, I can't hear you because you muted yourselves. We're not showing it because it would be because the NFL owns the rights to video and audio. Okay, so now it's getting a little freaky with some with a blood red piano. Alicia Keys. Oh, sorry, guys. Those of you that are not watching the halftime, it's a yeah. So he brought Alicia Keys on with him. What a I wish I could show it to you guys. I don't want to get us in trouble though. How are you supposed to watch it? It's on CBS.
Yeah, that's crazy. You notice he's dancing on a clock, right?
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, was until they lit it up in flames.
Yeah. Why are we watching it? Because I don't know. I don't know. What numbers did it show?
It showed a Roman numeral clock face. Almost kind of like sundial-esque.
Yeah. Who's this guy?
It's Usher.
No, this guy right here.
What guy?
Okay. Yeah, Kara, I'm not sure what the red flames were about. Oh, there goes the clock now. There goes the clock now. Where's it going to stop? Yeah, that's why we told you guys to turn it on, turn the game on your TV, turn the volume down, and we'll talk you through it. It's a so, and there's the flames now. Something about that stage looks kind of strange too, though.
It really does.
Don't you be pulling them puppies out of that box. I'll be kicking your butt, Mister. One glove like Michael Jackson. Girl guitar player had braids like horns.
Who is that dude?
That's a girl playing the guitar.
No, there was a dude in the crowd.
Don't you all be ruining roller skating for me.
And that's Ludacris.
Is that who that was? Ludacris?
Yeah, Ludacris is on now. There's some just, I know that pattern. I just don't, on the stage, I can't place it.
Yeah.
Man, look at that stage bouncing up and down.
Yeah.
I did not see that time, Duff.
Almost like I got to watch it in slow motion. you know?
Yeah. Hey, on your Fubo thing, Hawk, is it playing a football commercial from Ghana?
Right this second? No, it's they're still on stage.
Really?
I could be a couple of seconds behind though. So
Oh, did you see the stage bouncing up and down yet?
yeah,
Oh man, I was waiting for that thing to collapse.
now there's a commercial.
All right, that was interesting. What did you all think? First of all, it was brought to you by Apple, who makes your iPhones for $10.
Yeah, yeah. And sells them for 800 and something.
Yes.
Think about how much they're paying people to be able to make an iPhone for $10.
No, speaking of Apple, did you see the dude from San Francisco that stole those 800 iPhones or whatever from the Apple store?
The guy who's going in and just destroying them?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
His bail is 800,000, but the total amount of the iPhones that was destroyed was only, I think it was like $48,000 or something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's his bond amount, 800 grand, I think.
Well, and maybe that'll cost him 80 grand to get out.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. I'm not supporting what he did, but I think it's crazy how they can make his bail that much for only that much worth of property.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
they're
ridiculous.
looking at the first half Nickelodeon style. We've got it in Nickelodeon too many times.
By the way, Jen Davis just texted me halftime 10-3, 13.
Yeah.
Well,
tell him he's late.
Taylor Swift being all 13.
Tell him he's late. We've already gone through like 15 different numbers for 13.
Yeah, right. So, did you guys see anything that was concerning?
There's a clock on the stage
show.
Yeah.
And there was kind of looking for you to elaborate.
Okay, well, there's a couple of different things actually. They when Usher went up on the stage where Alicia Keys was, she was at a blood red piano. Okay, and behind her was a red cloth going up and down. Actually, almost looked like a phoenix. When the red cloth was behind the piano, and she was standing at the keys. It kind of gave this appearance of a either a large demon with an open mouth or a rising phoenix type thing. But then the cloth went away. Usher walked up and she started singing. So it wasn't long. It was just it was a momentary thing. And then what was the other thing was everybody started off wearing white and then everybody was in black. Oh, here, give me that. Thank you.
Now, No, this is interesting. Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted.
No, if you're finding things, speak up.
So somebody in chat posted that the clock on the stage showed 12:35. So Dave, you were just talking about Huma, right?
Yeah, but Usher is saying 7 p.m.
Really?
Yeah. So the small hand, the minute hand was at the 12 o'clock position, but the hour hand was at the 7 p.m. for 7.
All right. So let's go to number 700 and 1900. Well, the reason, okay, so and the only reason I came up with the 12:35, I seen it here in the chat. And Dave was just talking about Huma a little bit ago. And this post 12:35 talks about Huma.
Okay. I get that. How did we get there?
Somebody in the chat said it was on the clock on the stage.
12:35.
Okay. Maybe we need to take another look at that, Hawk. Can you back up to that?
Yeah, I think I can.
So I'll go to 12:35 because somebody's paying attention in the chat there. And let me pull this up. And here we are, April 22nd, 2018. The Hill presidential campaign, Huma Abedin ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. Good article. Don't forget about Huma, Awan, and VJ.
Okay, give me 1 second here.
The Awan brothers are the guys who did all the IT for the Hill for all of Congress. They had access to all of the congressional records, okay, and their communications, and their top secret documents that went via any kind of a computer. And so they were caught trying to leave the country. One of their wives was trying to leave the country with like a suitcase full of cash. So that's the Awan brothers, and they are Pakistani, and they are spies. And that is what Q is telling us about them, and why Q tells us to look out for them. They are also tied to the Muslim Brotherhood, which is why they are presently bookmarked between Huma Abedin, whose parents are intensely involved in the Muslim Brotherhood, okay, with her father being one of the founders in Iran, and her mother also being involved, and then you have VJ. Now VJ is Valerie Jarrett, okay. Valerie Jarrett is Obama's right hand. Valerie Jarrett is the Muslim Brotherhood infiltration into the Obama administration. Huma Abedin is the Muslim Brotherhood infiltration into the Clinton administration, which was supposed to be the second 8 years of the destruction of America. And the Obama was the first 8 with Valerie Jarrett, and then they stayed in D.C. and Valerie Jarrett actually moved in with Obama. Very odd, okay, but she moved in, and they went to work on the discrediting of the Donald Trump presidency. And
did he really just lose 13 yards?
What happened?
Oh my Lord! This can't be any more blatant than. So the what is supposed to be the first pass of the game was a sort of shuffle handoff backwards from the 25-yard line, and what did they lose? They lost 13 yards.
Yeah, that those little ones are a little harder to control, the exact numbers, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But and I wouldn't want to discredit any of the other significant 13s, you know what I mean? But I get it, and that's why we're looking at things differently, because we don't want to, we don't want to just let these numbers go by anymore without understanding that they may be programming us with these satanic images and with these numbers and these numerology and the whole bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we have the Muslim Brotherhood infiltration. Slow. Please thank whoever put up 1235, because nothing's an accident. Nothing's a mistake. Mistakes even have meaning in a world where the so much of the comms are so much of the things we're hearing are comms and seeing, and they're communicating to us either in a satanic way to capture our mind, to capture our soul, or the white hats are in control. Now, one of the things I'm interested in finding out about, and I didn't watch the halftime show very carefully, but I did see quite a bit of it, and I didn't see much in the way of satanic imaging. And I think that there's been, by the way, there was an interception thrown by Mahomes, who's arguably the best quarterback in the game. And he just threw a very poor pass for an interception. And so at any rate, what I'm interested in finding out, guys, is to, so many of these guys do these halftime show decodes, or satanic imaging decodes, on YouTube, and they do it so well that I'll wait and see what they come up with. But I didn't see much.
Yeah.
And what would the future of football look like in the new earth? Okay, after we get rid of all the scumbags, what would it look like? Well, I think it would look similar to this. I think that it would be, but it wouldn't have all the satanic imaging. I think we'd have great artists up there on stage, maybe even better than you saw today, that weren't forced to sign their soul over to the devil. Now, the ones that already have, they're gone. We'll never buy another record. We'll never buy another movie. We'll never buy another book. We're already doing it because of the way we've seen them allow themselves to be puppets on a string and say whatever their handlers tell them to say. I will never buy another Bruce Springsteen song, album, or ticket. I don't even like to sing his song. I used to love to sing Thunder Road to my daughter. I changed a few of the words, but I just loved how melodic it was. And I would sing it to her when she was going to bed. And I can't even, that's been taken from me. That memory has been stolen from me, because that man was a shill for the very people that we all thought he was against. Neil Young will remember. Okay? Will remember. And I won't buy any of your music anymore and your shitty voice. And because you were a puppy dog for the very people that we thought you were against. And we're seeing Hawk. Can you pull? Well, you know what? Let me pull up. The Rock gets booed.
Yeah, you don't want me to pull it up because it'll
Right.
drag because I'm doing TV at the same time here.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So here it is. Hold on. Let me pull you all up here. And here we go. Come on now. Are you hearing that?
Yep. Yes, we are.
Oh, look at the look on his face.
He's done. He's done, guys. I'm telling you. These people are done. We're not doing this shit anymore. Maui.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Las Vegas.
Isn't that interesting? That was in Vegas also.
Approaching to the play.
You know, that back in the day, that whole arena, wherever he was, would have been repeating his words. And there weren't many that were. There were many that were just done. Right? And it's absolutely go ahead.
No, I just had a cough. Sorry, I should have muted.
So people are done, with these people. And each level we are awakening to is very uplifting to me anyway, because it's it's watching the world awaken. It's watching the world make different choices with their dollars. Okay. And by doing that, we change the world. But before we change the world, we have to know the world needs to be changed. And the only way we find out if the world needs to be changed is by seeing it for what it really is.
Now, MS Motorsports brings up an interesting thing. Okay. about Cody Rhodes here. I'm not worried about you got smacked in the face. It's all part of the show or whatever. The storyline behind everything is that the story has to be finished. So that's what that whole segment was about, Dave. I don't know if you watched that whole segment there. You know, the interactions between everybody. But the story has to be finished. All right. Now, I admit it. I'm kind of a wrestling nerd. I know it's all scripted and all that stuff. Okay.
No, that's all right.
But
I was involved.
The interesting thing about that is the Cody Rhodes' stage name is the American Nightmare. Take that for what you will. You know, I just want
The
to
American what?
American Nightmare.
While his dad, Dusty Rhodes, was the American Dream. So Cody Rhodes and Dusty had two kids. Dustin, well, he had three. Dustin, Barry, and Cody. Barry ended up staying more with his mother, who was married to one of the Mulligans and was raised by Blackjack Mulligan from the 1960s, 1970s, early 1980s wrestling. And Dusty Rhodes was primetime late 70s throughout the 80s into the 90s. And his kids came up. His son, one of them comes out in drag, basically in makeup, things like that. Dusty Rhodes, Dustin, and known as what the Gold Dust. Okay. So the family history in the wrestling industry has been a very full family function. Now, the thing that sparked off the thing between Cody Rhodes and Rocky or The Rock was the fact that Cody Rhodes made the comment that if Peter Maivia, who is the grandfather of what's his the not Rock, the other one there, Roman Reigns, is you see Roman changed his name because he didn't want to carry the Maivia name. Okay, and Cody said to him that that Peter Maivia, King Peter Maivia, would disown you for disrespecting the family and the family name. And The Rock stepped up and said, "Well, when you talk about Peter Maivia, that's my blood. When you're talking about Roman Reigns, that's my blood." And then he smacked Cody across the face. That's what started the whole thing and set the narrative for what's going to go on there at WrestleMania.
Let me play it.
Go ahead.
WrestleMania XL in Vegas. We are on the road to WrestleMania, WrestleMania 40, WrestleMania XL, extra large, the biggest WrestleMania of all time. Las Vegas. Acknowledge me.
Jack Dorsey. Whoa, wait a second. Pause that. I got to back this up for a second. This is the list of people who were just on screen on the Super Bowl. Lady Gaga, Jack Dorsey, okay, Post Malone, we already saw him, Jack Dorsey, from Twitter, there's Gwen Stefani, Blake Shelton, LeBron James, Lady Gaga, I had to rewind it, Jack Dorsey, Jay-Z, let's put it this way. All the bloodletters are there at the Super Bowl right now.
Wow. Yeah.
Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah. Let's watch this.
The Rock. Finally, The Rock has come back to Las Vegas. Members of the press, world watching, I introduce you to the Cody Crybabies. WrestleMania 40, Philadelphia. The Rock and Roman Reigns, the Universal Champion, versus the People's Champion. Whether you like it or you don't like it, the People's Champion in the biggest main event in the history of professional wrestling, bound by blood. But it is not your right, it is not your distinction to determine the main event. It is mine. I won the Royal Rumble. At WrestleMania 40, in the main event, I choose you, Roman Reigns. If the High Chief, his grandfather, was here, they'd be ashamed of you. And when you're talking about his blood, we're talking about my blood. So now we have a problem.
Yeah, sorry, Dave, to take you on that tangent. I just thought it was interesting, you know, the American dream, the American nightmare. And right now, the powers that be think of the American people as a freaking nightmare because we're creating a nightmare for them.
Yep. I think it was a good tangent because, you know, it's, and by the way, Hawk, did you hear them say blood pact?
Yep.
And when they shook their hands, and he mentioned again, we have a blood pact. And that means if you come after him, you come after me. And that's when he slapped him. Which, you know, I don't know if you want to connect it somehow to Will Smith and Chris
Chris. Oh, that was Chris Tucker.
No.
Chris Rock.
It was
Chris
Chris
Rock,
Rock.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's Chris Rock. Rock and The Rock and Chris Rock. And also the thing I loved about what we did just there too is that we kind of showed the equivalent to the NFL with this, fake wrestling.
Yeah.
But the difference, see, everyone, when it comes to wrestling, there's a few like Truman, and then there's the rest of us, and we all know that it's fake. But when you go to football, you got a few like Truman that think it's fake, and the rest of us that think it's real. But that's all changing now, because they're no longer able to fool us. And if we can't be fooled, we can't be let off a cliff. And the problem is that people are still being fooled because they know what they have to do to successfully capture our attention. And boy, a bunch of men running into each other and hurting each other, that's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty enticing event that many are glued to. And
Diane,
why they utilize this game in the way that they do to their benefit. They're going to get Mr. Pfizer up there. He's going to look good because his script is written for success and for I forgot on my post. Did I forget the Kelsey, the 187? Damn it, I forgot that. Edit post. I can still edit it. Good. Okay.
Diane Wood, we're not promoting these guys at all. Don't get it twisted. We're not promoting these guys at all. We're trying to get everybody to see through the BS. And the reason we brought up The Rock earlier was because of the Maui thing and what they were saying in the arena, and also the basic symbolism of everything. So it's not that we're promoting anybody, because we're not. It's more of we're trying to break through the veil, if you will, break through the blackness so everybody can see everything behind it.
I did. I forgot two things. One is on the 187, Taylor Swift is the #1 recording artist. Travis, is it Travis Kelsey?
Yep.
And SEY?
It's KELCE, I think.
KELCE?
Yeah.
No Y?
No Y.
Okay. Okay. Because Taylor Swift is the #1 recording artist of the last year. And Travis Kelsey's number is 87. So there's another 187 that I had forgotten to include on this. Let's see. So we got 35 on Twitter right now. Folks, I hope you're enjoying it. This is just a casual casual hang with a couple of friends, and we're just kind of talking about the stuff in the world and kind of decoding the Super Bowl and some of the other things that have come along. I'm actually going to let me see if I've heard back from this one gentleman, but don't think I have. So let me take you down my dive, and then I'm going to take you more into, well, let me take you into some Super Bowl stuff here. Because that is some really good stuff. And we may have some guests joining us. I don't know for sure, but it was just casual. Nino said he wanted to do something, and so did Oliver. But I think Oliver might be tied up with plans. A lot of people are, but at any rate, what I wanted to go to was another decode that was a Hillary Clinton decode. I just wanted to touch on that briefly because it does take us to what it really is a Super Bowl decode, and it takes us to I think it may have inspired your going to craft. Yeah, Slow, when you did that craft dive, was
Well,
it
I was
off?
going on Kraft based on what you were saying about Bob Kraft in the stream. I hadn't even put that together yet, to be honest.
Okay. Okay. So so let me find the here we go. All right. Sorry, folks. And trying to also just relax and enjoy the game here a little bit, and the okay, it's now 10-6. Okay. And KC, that this is kind of like if I was scripting this, this would be I would let the 49ers score another one, and then I'd have a major comeback from the Chiefs to win the game. But that's if I was writing the story, right? Okay, so let me entertain you. There's some commercials. There's a commercial for VW Beetle here.
Yeah.
I tell you, that was a pretty darn cool car, and I used to love Herbie
Yeah.
the Love Bug, and that's really cool. Now, this is also Volkswagen. This is a emanating from a World War II manufacturing facility that killed a lot of our men. Whatever you find coming to you with new information regarding the war, one thing is for certain, that it was Bush money. Prescott Bush, father of Herbert Walker, George Herbert Walker, and grandfather of George W., who, with Brown and Company, Brown and Associates in Manhattan, funded the Hitler war machine. That directly killed a lot of people, that money. And Volkswagen was one of those companies, of course. And so now, we're supposed to feel good about Volkswagen because they got this cute little bug, and then we find out that they lied to us about the gas mileage on their cars. And they have been doing it for years, right? And so we got that issue with them. So it's it's kind of funny. Dave, can I fit in a Beetle? Mike, it depends on who's in there.
You'd have to take the front seat out and sit in the back and be able to shift.
So here's a true story. So when I got to Turkey, it was pretty cool. That was my first professional basketball playing job, and they had signed me from the LA Summer Pro League, where I had to pay to be on a team so that I could be seen. I think it cost me like $800. And most of the guys that I'm playing with, they have agents that are paying that, or somebody, right? So that was coming out of my pocket. But I was the first player signed out of the LA Summer Pro League to a team in Istanbul, which had a long storied career of really good basketball. So, because I did my homework and I went over, and when I got there, they paid me in $100 bills for my first week, and for just traveling expenses and moving expenses and stuff. And I'm like, that was the first time, aside from an education at University of Iowa in Providence and my graduate education at Providence, that when I got paid for my services there with a scholarship, well, this was the first time somebody's actually peeling off $100 bills, right? So I had one guy at Iowa, but that was a different story. So, but I get there, and they show me my car. That they've got a Renault for me, used Renault, but very nice. But it's small, and I've got an apartment, so we take my car and we go to the apartment, and my manager says, "How's the car? Is that okay?" And I said, "Actually, it's too small. I need to be able to stretch my legs out." And he says, "Well, it might take a while to get another car." And I'm like, "Well, why don't you just take the seat out and move it back?" He's like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they said, "We could do that." So they took the track out and moved it back about a foot. And so that was my Beetle. That's how I was able to fit in a small car. And I drove that down to Ephesus and Izmir and down the coast, the Aegean coast. So at any rate, but this is the new way of looking at things, and I could very easily be Davy Downer, okay, with all of this information, and believe me, I have been, like, many times. It's like, come on, dude, I don't want to talk about this. I just want to enjoy the game, right? Or I just want to enjoy the movie, or I just want to enjoy the party, or why do you have to bring that up? Or everything was fine until somebody mentioned Hillary Clinton being a role model, and I couldn't help myself, So we've all been there, and but the shift that I'm feeling, even though they cheered for the Rock at the end, maybe, we definitely got that Maui chant, okay, and I don't think it was to his benefit, because I heard some boos, and so, and I'm not drinking booze, so I'm not hearing things, but I think things are shifting. Like, now we're looking at things like this. Like, we can look at a Beetle, a VW Beetle, and we can talk about the company and this problems and it's had, and it's not like you're going to go trade in your VW. Okay, I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying, and I don't want you to feel bad for driving a VW. Okay, they make some really good cars. But we just need to start having more of an awareness of where our money is going. And we're still, if you're still buying a cable package so that you can get the NFL and you can get, all that kind of stuff, just understand that some of that money is going to MSNBC. Some of that money is going to, these other channels, that the Netflixes or the HBOs and things like that. Not necessarily that model. I'm talking about an old model when HBO used to pay, charge cable systems for their channel, and but so that's kind of an old model. But the bottom line is that the money for those cable packages is going to companies like Comcast that are throttling us and censoring us and wanting to have more control over the internet, and it's just important to understand and start to pay attention to these things. And that's what we're doing with this kind of hang with the Super Bowl, is we're just looking for things in the Super Bowl and the halftime show and the commercials that are maybe trying to send us a message. And they just fumbled and gave San Francisco just basically gave the ball to KC. And in the red zone. You know how easy that is to do? I can even do that. I can drop a punt. And then he tried to pick it up in traffic, which was just really stupid. And it hit. The reason why he went to pick it up is because he saw it hit the back of the foot of the guy in front of him. He's trying to get him out of the way. That's why he went for it. But yeah, so that's all. But let me go to. You guys have anything to add? I want to just go to this dive.
I'm punching in numbers. Somebody was asking about CrowdStrike because they've done a couple of commercials on CrowdStrike.
Yeah.
And I'm getting ready to put the numbers here on the screen of how many drops. Talk about CrowdStrike.
There's a lot.
I got one more to add. 4153. Okay, now I'll hit enter, and this is how many drops are mentioned CrowdStrike.
And Dave, another thing that's interesting, somebody had brought up in chat about 1310 a little bit ago and waiting for it to be a complete setup. All right. So if you go to 1310, you remember me mentioning Apple a little bit ago? Number 1310 shows an Apple store. At least I think that's what it is. And then a shipping container. Sorry, I just thought that was kind of ironic. We were just talking about Apple a little bit ago, and then that comes up.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, that's amazing. But what took us to 1310?
Well, for one thing, the score, but also somebody in the chat.
Right. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No,
okay.
You're fine, man. But somebody in the chat was saying it's set up 1310, and he was waiting for it, and bam, it happens, and then I went to post 1310, and it went to the Apple store, and then a shipping container.
Wow. Yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, that's great. Gene says, so much on number 13. Don't you think maybe it symbolizes something big coming? 1 + 4 is 3 is 4. April 4th or 13th, maybe Biden being dismissed out of the White House. I definitely think that that's coming. And
So it was
what date?
Viking.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was Viking King who made the prediction about 15 minutes ago. Yep, setting up for a 13-10 Chiefs win.
Nice, Viking King.
So,
that's awesome.
Yeah. So he dropped that about 15 minutes before everybody else even started talking about it. So we got to give credit where credit's due on that.
Yeah. So that's awesome. So and the CrowdStrike is a big deal. And by the way, folks, the significance of CrowdStrike, just real quick before I jump off here with this dive, is for those of you who don't know, when Seth Rich copied the information that he was seeing coming into the DNC, and that information was that money that was going to Bernie Sanders and support that was going to Bernie Sanders was being diverted to Hillary Clinton. And everything was skewed in her favor while she was in control of the DNC at the time, because the DNC was bankrupt and basically the Clintons controlled the DNC. So that's how that happened. And so Seth Rich saw that. He saw it as an affront to his patriotism, his love for our country. And so he did something about it. And he worked in the IT department at the DNC headquarters. And he, which is where, by the way, Ocasio-Cortez was during the J6 insurrection, as they call it. But she claimed that she was in the Capitol, which is where she should have been. So what was she doing at the DNC, and why did we have these fake pipe bombs that the FBI uses for training at both the RNC and the DNC? So, we're seeing, patterns. And so, anyway, when the DNC cried foul and said that they had been hacked, but because they showed up on WikiLeaks, all these emails and all this communication and all this inside information about the DNC and Hillary Clinton. And because that had been released, John Podesta came out and said we should make an example of these people. And before you know it, Seth Rich was murdered in the streets of Washington, D.C., and they made it out to be a burglary, even though he had his phone and his wallet and his watch still on him. Morons. Just doing what they're told and getting boosted right up the corrupt, foul system. And reports are that he was alive when he got to the hospital, and that they wouldn't allow normal hospital personnel to go in and work on him. And guess who was there? Donna Brazile of the DNC. Okay. Who preceded, what's her name? Who's now a congressperson from Florida? Schwartz, something Jew. Right. And so to investigate, the FBI was like, okay, well, let's, look at the server. And they were like, no. Because the server is where the crime scene was. So the detectives are supposed to go to the damn crime scene. And so the DNC said, no, we'll have crowdsource look at the thing, assess the damage, assess the breach. And crowdsource did that and gave the FBI not even the full report, but a synopsis of the report. And then the DNC got away with that. And the FBI, to this day, has not seen the servers where the crime occurred. Because the reason why they haven't is because Bill Binney told us that the download speed can be measured on those documents. And there is no way that that download speed could have occurred from an external source. So it's literally physically impossible. It's like if we're investigating a murder and the person murdered was behind a cement wall, and we're saying the person on the other side of the cement wall was the one that shot him. And you knew physically that he was on the side of the wall the whole time, and the bullet, they could go and they could shoot the bullet and find that it wouldn't go through the cement, and they could do it 1,000 times and it wouldn't go through the cement. That is scientific evidence for a case such as this. They had scientific evidence. And we know that Seth Rich was the one that gave it to WikiLeaks because of Q and because of Assange. And even though Assange has never divulged that Seth was the source, they did go up to $25,000 reward for any information that would lead to the murders of Seth Rich. Q told us it was 187. Q told us, excuse me, it was to Muslim, MS-13 gang members that the deep state uses to assassinate people. And I'll take you 4113. CrowdStrike testimony regarding DNC and Russia hack. No direct evidence. Manipulation of source. Computer-to-computer transfer speed hack, ? Internal download, terminal 1 speed. Hand-to-hand transfer, WikiLeaks published via Seth Rich, 187. MS-13 2, 187, geolocation. They even knew where these motherfuckers were. And they knew where Seth Rich was. MS-13 2, 187 date. Case summary notes, interning for DNC can be deadly because Seth Rich was an intern. Okay. So it gets into this whole thing. FBI Floor 7, which is the deep state. CIA, DNC, DNI, Department of National Intelligence. That's Flynn. White House, primary, bulk. So, folks, if you're not into Q, I've spent a few hours with it, and I can tell you that, first of all, nobody makes shit like this up, especially shit that comes true, especially shit you research or you answer the question and you're like, holy shit, how did Q know to ask that question? Because Q knew the Anons and the autists would find the answers. And my friends, this has been going on for 7 years. Okay. And we Anons thought that it was going to be over a lot sooner than this. And because it hasn't been over, we've been a little frustrated because we've been awake this whole time and longer, many of us. And so when you look at these drops, Q is telling us who is corrupt and how and why, and to watch this person and watch that person, and look into the background of Soros, Hussein, Obama, HRC, mainstream media and socialism, Hollywood, propaganda. Look at what we're watching, folks. All those people that were up on stage at halftime that Hawk was talking about, that somebody listed, they're all part of this satanic cult. They all sell their soul to the devil for their fame and fortune. This is not refuted by anybody that doesn't have their head fully up their sphincter. We know this to be true. We know this to be the case. They've told us this is the case. They, in their own words, have told us. And for those who have tried to speak out, like Michael Jackson, like Prince, now, by the way, Taylor Swift is getting pretty uppity about her catalog, which was bought by George Soros. Excuse me. And now she's doing his bidding. She even said nobody even reached out to her after they bought her catalog, and they didn't allow her to buy it herself. See, Hollywood will not allow actors, musicians, directors, producers, et cetera, music producers, to own the prints, to own the reels, to own their creation. Now, you tell me, please, in what world do we live where that is acceptable?
Yeah,
because as a creator myself, not just with this show and other shows and my podcasts, but with movies that I've made, with songs that I've written, and anybody like Hawk's a musician. Can you imagine Hawk not being able to own your creation? It's unfathomable to me. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, there's Rob Cunningham in the chat. So
you're really quiet.
So Miss Bullfrog sent me a thing here. It says, I just noticed they showed Ice Spice at the Super Bowl with Taylor Swift. She had an upside down cross on, and she was throwing up the devil signs along with it. And I was saying that Rob Cunningham is in chat.
Hey, Rob, how you doing, buddy? Hawk, just back to that subject. Who was it that had the upside down cross?
Ice Spice, who is one of Taylor Swift's friends. That's up there in the bleachers, or just up in the box with her, up in the area where Jay-Z and all them are.
Interesting. Okay. This game is horrible.
Yeah, sorry, Viking King. Your prediction didn't come out so good.
I think he was just giving us a. I don't think he was predicting the final score. I think he was just giving us one of the scores of the game that you could go into the drops. Like we should be.
Oh no, he said for the win. he said.
Really?
Yeah, because he was looking at it as the 10 to 13 as the 13, you know. But no, it's no 16-13. So what happened in 16-13?
Justice will be served. Stroke question by lawmakers regarding good lot on Fox. FBI attorney instructing Peter Strzok not to answer. That has to do absolutely with the attempt to get Trump out of office. This is what I just looked at here. Okay. And so, listen, are the Super Bowl numbers score, are they comms? I don't know. Probably not. But what if they are? We don't want to miss them, because the reason why Q and the deep state and Q and the Trump team against the deep state are letting those they know are paying attention that they've got a handle on things. And they're also telling us every day, with the sheer amount of information that is being, dropped, that never would be dropped if it was in the hands of the black hats. They would never give up that information that they're giving up now. Okay. And I'll tell you, there's some dark forces at work here. Okay. And let me see. Hey, Rob, I'm going to send you a link, buddy. If you want to come in for a few minutes, just say hi. And I know you're probably watching the game. And I'll send you this. Let me see. Let me see. Did I do that right? Hold on. And I got to do. I'm gonna get back to what the hell's wrong with Nino? Question mark. Come on. All right, Rob. Coming your way if you want to pop in for just a bit and have a chat. So
Harry, in response to that, Ronnie, what is the meaning of the pen? Then history has been rewritten. No, it is. We were told to follow the pen. We were told to follow the pen, and I think that the watch coming off of Putin is his watch is over. His watch is done.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
He said, not a chance. I'm watching the game. So are we. We're talking about the game. So you should come on and talk smack about the game the same way we are. Dang that.
Yeah, exactly. So so the thing about the pen.
He
And
said,
this
"Don't
is
make me come
something.
over there." I dare you.
What's that? Don't make me come over. Yeah, you don't have to stay long, Rob, but it'd be nice to see you. But you know, and you can come on audio too if you just want to hang with your phone or whatever. So so about the pen. Okay, so I called Oliver the other night, and we talked about what we both saw, and the biggest thing that we saw was that Putin, and I don't want to show this because it may affect us on Facebook and right, but Putin took his watch off. I'm gonna pull it up anyway because I think people most have seen it. There's Kelsey with another one, but okay, let me pull this up. Okay, and StreamYard is clunky, man. I think I don't know. I might have to get back to what do you call it? The one I was using, eStream, Ecamm is what it was. All right, so let me take you here. Okay, this is about 2 minutes in. Okay, this is about 19 seconds.
How it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview,
He goes
asked the most
into
obvious question,
the
which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us.
Let me make sure I'm not
Putin
on
went
the one
on
that
for a very long
doesn't
time,
go into.
probably
Okay.
half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to
Are you
the
hearing
8th
this?
century. And honestly,
yeah, you got to be careful though, because this is what these are the ones.
And
that
I don't need to see.
down.
And I don't need to see this this douche canoe talk.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take off the audio.
So it was 17. It was 17 minutes into the video when he took his watch off.
Wasn't it 17 seconds? 17 seconds, dude.
There it goes right there.
17 seconds. Now this is another one, but when you don't have that little lead in, this is the bad one to show. There. See? Now on the one that starts off with their interview, he touches the watch at exactly 17 seconds. Okay. Now I don't know why it jumped to this, but so at 17 seconds, he takes off the watch, okay, and he puts it down next to two things. One, boom, his water. Watch the water. Two, he's got a pen there. I believe anyway. At least Tucker has a pen, right?
Yeah,
and so we've been told to follow the pen by Q. Okay. Now, here's what's so important to understand here. And that is that we are, hold on one sec. When Q told us to follow the pen, Q was speaking of Catherine Herridge. And so the drops were going right into CBS correspondent Catherine Herridge. Now, why this was going on, and Q made it very clear that we were to follow the pen, and the Anons knew that, based on what Q had said about the whole situation, that it was Catherine Herridge. Okay. So this is Catherine Herridge's Twitter. Okay. At the time on the same day of the interview, she reports on the special counsel that was investigating whether or not Joe Biden should have had, in this document situation in his garage and, in these different places. And the special counsel writes, Mr. Biden took his classified notebooks home with him and stored them in unsecured and unauthorized locations. One was next to his Corvette in the garage. The Presidential Records Act does not exempt former presidents and vice presidents from removing, retaining, losing, or disclosing classified information. So they're basically saying that he broke the law and he's not allowed to do that. And so we follow the pen and follow her notes, stored, unsecured, unauthorized. And I don't know what that says. Locations. She's writing locations there. Okay. Stored, unsecured, unauthorized locations. This was notebook seized from file cabinet under television in Delaware home office. So there was a file cabinet underneath the television in his home office, in his home. Okay. Just in a file cabinet. Okay. And then we go here and we see, while the Presidential Records Act marked a turning point in the treatment of presidential materials, as discussed in Chapter 9, the Act does not exempt former presidents and vice presidents from specific prohibitions on removing, retaining, losing, or disclosing classified and national defense information. Okay. So it goes into other precedents with Reagan. But this, remember, my friends, when Trump's Mar-a-Lago was being raided, I was telling you that this is going to open up a can of worms for Obama, Clinton, and Biden. And I wasn't even thinking about Pence, but Pence got busted. Okay. So that interview, in my opinion, was to send us to that Catherine Herridge tweet, and let us know what was going on while everybody was focused on Putin. Okay. Catherine Herridge's timestamp, by the way, I believe I may have to go to 241, but one of them, 141, which is central, goes to rogue operators are here, failed to shut site down, protected. This was when they were trying to shut down 4chan. This will only get worse. Archive and coordinate. So basically, Q is telling the Anons to archive all that you have and coordinate so that we can keep it going. Because if 4chan goes down, all of their communications would go down. crumbs dropped will soon paint the full picture. Crumbs are, clues basically, right? And the anons are, the bakers and that are, using the crumbs and baking bread. The picture will open the eyes of the world. We can't do it without you. God bless you all. There you go. So that's just an example. 2:41, which is Eastern time, White House party with 400 plus guests. Whoever posted those insider pics did not take into account the many White House public and private security cams, which can triangulate and time log identify the person responsible. We will investigate. Think. That was, by the way, the White House party where Obama ordered $60,000 of hot dogs and pizza. And it wasn't food. It was children. And we saw in that, yeah. So at any rate, I'm sorry. I thought you guys were with me. I thought I grabbed that page for you. So, but in this, so let me go to this. See if I can find it again. My dive. And okay, that's it. All right, got it. Oh, I'm going to pull this up on Brave because I want to have audio maybe. Okay. What's happening with the game? Tied up at 16, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fourth quarter, 4 minutes left.
Who's getting pulled out? Oh, Karlaftis. Okay.
Is this guy injured?
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's see here.
Less than 4 minutes left.
David's tied up with family. He apologizes. I said that's a better option.
Hey, what can you do?
Hey, family's family, man.
What's that?
I said family's family. They always take precedence.
Yeah. Or you could, some people say, well, family's family. I can see them anytime. Right? I mean, that's the way my family thinks about me. I think that's no, I can't. Let's
Kathleen, that's a very good question.
Do clones fart asking for a friend? Listen, Kathleen, if your friend doesn't have the guts to come on here and ask for herself what she wants to know, we got no time for her. That's funny. That's something you don't really think about. I guess it depends on what they ate. And the other question is, do they eat?
The clones fart? Nah, I don't think they have the guts.
Well played.
Play clock's down.
So fourth quarter, 2:35.
Yeah.
Oh,
2 minutes left.
you know, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do, we'll focus on the game. Yeah. And we'll come back with a dive I did. And also this amazing thing that I said was going to knock everybody's socks off, which was an amazing decode.
Okay, I really did not need to see.
I'm taking a break. Here's a commercial.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah. I can't even look at that guy after seeing him fondle his own kid. I can't even look at him.
Oh no,
I have to look away. I can't.
I hear you. I was laughing at.
He ruined Aquaman for me for the rest of my life. You know.
Yeah, I hear you. I was laughing at Dan Scavino's post from 4 minutes ago. It was a video of a reporter standing in front of the Anaheim Police Department. She's saying, "We were trying to reach out to the man that died in the police chase, but he was unavailable for comment."
This is going to be interesting. They both have 2 timeouts left, you know, so they're both going to burn those up. Right? 2 minutes, 2 timeouts each. That means there's probably another 7 to 10 minutes left in the game. It's 16-16.
I'm thinking somebody's going to be taking a knee at the 30-second mark if no score's been done just to push it into OT. $19.16.
Oh yeah, I must be a couple of seconds behind here. Yeah, see, it tells me that I'm not. Yeah, you guys must be ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm watching it on the Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
First 57 Super Bowls, 7. What's that all about?
What's that?
There was a thing on the screen that said first 57 Super Bowls and then a colon and 7 with a 3 in red.
All right, gents. So what did I say? That this is going to be set up for a late Patrick Mahomes comeback?
Yeah.
And the Chiefs win.
So, Dave.
Yes.
Did you see the flash up on the screen a few minutes ago?
What was it?
It said first 57 Super Bowls, and then there was a colon, and then 7. So I naturally brought up 577, of course.
Mm-hmm.
That's very interesting. Very interesting.
By the way, what Super Bowl is this?
58.
58, yeah.
Exactly. And so those were the drops, the 58. I've been to 58 3 times this week. Let's watch the rest of the game. And
Okay,
then,
so Harry Chess says that Travis Kelce touchdown. I bet my left nut on it. I don't know if I'd go that far in my bets, you know. But hey, if you want to put that nut out there, then you go right ahead.
that guy's nuts.
You should have bet Travis Kelce's nuts because Taylor Swift already has them in her handbag. So I mean,
Yep.
Oh,
They're in a jar on the jet.
what are they? I think they only have one time out each left.
Is that right? A timeout each?
Yeah, I think
Get
they
out
have
of bounds,
one timeout
dude.
each.
Get out of bounds. They already have a field goal. Now all they need to do is see if they can break down the defense for a touchdown without making any mistakes. That's why he's throwing outside field.
Yeah. Where's Kelce at? Is he even on the field right now?
Yeah. Question, does this guy make the kick if they got to throw it, if they got to do it? But you got enough time to go for the win here.
Yeah. He's on the 33.
So, by the way, my little dude I coached today, one of them, he's awesome. He loves basketball and he loves football and he loves to play too. But he said that if the quarterback for San Francisco, what's his name?
For what? For who?
For San Francisco.
Who's the quarterback?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Purdy. Number 13, Purdy.
So he said that if Purdy wins the Super Bowl, he'll be the first rookie, or no, the first guy that was unsigned drafted until the 7th round. And the other two of the others were Bart Starr for the Green Bay Packers and Johnny Unitas for the the Baltimore Colts at the time, which later became Indianapolis Colts. They're going to score. They're going to score for the win. Kelsey just crushed this guy. This guy's on the ground now.
Yeah,
because he tried to hit this runaway train. Look at that. Yeah, that guy's not going to be playing the rest of the game. He's done, and hopefully that shoulder isn't completely wrecked. So they'll have probably one chance. That guy gave up his shoulder for that. That was a touchdown if he doesn't do that.
And we're in OT.
They got one chance to win it, and then one chance to tie it. They got enough time for that.
Well, it looks like they're gonna field goal it. Yeah, they're gonna tie it up through overtime.
That's where the play was for. It was meant to be thrown behind him, but he didn't stop soon enough. So he didn't have a shot. So now it's going into OT. Man, to go that far and not be able to punch it in, that really sucks. But that's huge. Tie ball game. Mahomes getting on that dude. What's going on? Did you see that?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that blocked punt in the first half. Was that the first half?
Yeah.
That's a huge play. Or blocked field goal, I mean. We got some decoders here. Believing in South Carolina. 22 plus 19, 41. 4 plus 1 equals 5, which means God's grace. I got in my new home. I signed a lease on the 5th. Zip code's 5. Address is 5. It was my 32nd home I'd been to. 5 in 239 days. 5. A lot of beautiful numerology there and some divine activity happening. That was the perfect pass. Kelsey blew that. That should have been a touchdown. He flat out blew that. That's the play. He just went too far. We got 346 here, and I don't know what we got over in Twitter land. What's up, everybody? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a nice day. It's a beautiful day. Cool. Oliver's hanging out with his family too. So,
Of course, they got more commercials that they haven't gotten to yet.
of course, of course, man. All right, so Belinda, yes, I am still a Texan. Yeah, I am where my daughter is. Always. Shailene Fahey says, this is a much better way to watch the Duper Bowl. Thanks, Dave and Hawk. Yeah. And yeah, you're welcome. And thanks for joining us, because this has been really, really cool. And Slow Country's here with us as well. And we are watching right now a Tina Turner lookalike and Kid and Play without the tall hair. Imagine wearing a hairstyle that you would have to wear your entire life, and he only got rid of it recently. He's probably thinking, man, I'm so glad I didn't go with that mohawk. And yeah. Oh, by the way, listen to this woman if you're watching the commercials.
No.
Hey, did anybody else see the timer go from 9 to 10?
The timer on
What timer? Specific.
The quarter timer for the time left in the quarter. It went from 9 seconds to 10 seconds.
Oh, they might have. Sometimes they'll make an adjustment to the clock.
Basically, if a flag goes down, then they have to adjust the clock.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
If there's a flag on the play.
So here we are. And
see, what's crazy is chat's ahead of us. Or, well, I actually, I think all of you are than where I am. because for me, they're just now
They're
snapping the
kicking
ball
off.
for the first time.
They're kicking off. And where are you?
At 14:55, and yeah.
Oh, so am I behind you guys?
You might be. I'm at. Well, they just reset the clock to 14:55. There was a false start. 2nd and 15.
I am behind you a little bit. What the heck's up with this? Because I'm at 15. I haven't seen this play yet. This is odd. Let me try. Let me try Des Moines, Iowa. Yeah, now I'm at 14:55 with you. So I was on a channel out of Los Angeles, and now I'm on a channel out of Des Moines, Iowa. So I can basically see any CBS, ABC, NBC affiliate anywhere. And I'll show you. This is this is what mine looks like, and I can click up here and make it full screen, right there, but don't want to get tagged. And then I can go to Los Angeles, Kansas City. I can go to Kansas City. That's kind of cool. That'll be probably a pretty cool post celebration if they win, right? But then they got, there's 58 movie channels. There's 122 sports channels. ESPN Plus, ESPN. And then NFL, you can watch any of your teams. And all the Sunday, the Red Zone, NFL Red Zone. And this kind of stuff, this kind of a package is like people are paying like $160, $140 a month. And it also has TV Guide and video on demand. And also, this is all movies. And normally it's a bit quicker than this. And you have all different genres, the whole bit, but all these movies, and they're like new movies. There's not all, there's a lot of good stuff here, but it's kind of like, if you're going to do Hollywood, if you want to see some things from Disney, but you don't want to pay Disney every month, this is not a bad option, because they're not sending a lot of this money to Hollywood here. Certainly these companies are getting paid, but not at the level that you would if the boys, if you were to were to do that big package, or Disney Plus or what have you, right? So back to live TV, and then I just go down to CBS, and let me go to Kansas City. Oh, I gotta log in again. And this is how you log in right here. And you can also do it with I'm sorry, you could get a Fire Stick, which will run this. I'm running this off my computer. Or they're also coming out with their own. Let me go to CBS local network, Kansas City, because I think they're going to give them the win. All right, and I'm going to come off of this and okay, stop screen. So back to your screen and this game. I don't remember sudden death being so long. Is it longer in the Super Bowl?
They get 15 minutes, and they each get the opportunity to possess the ball.
Oh, I remember this one. This is like one of the dumbest things in sports.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because if San Francisco scores a touchdown, the game's over. If they score a field goal, if San Francisco, scores a touchdown, the game's over. If they score a field goal,
then
Kansas City has a chance to match, right?
Yep.
But basically, and they've done the odds, and supposedly just because you get the ball first doesn't mean you always win the game. Certainly not. And the odds are actually I think less or something like that than the ones that don't get the ball win. But at least you have the opportunity. And if you don't seize that opportunity, that's on you. You can't blame anybody else. And so you want to be in that opportunity to win the game, period. Any opportunity a winner has to win a game, they need to take it. Uh-oh. That was huge. McCaffrey. A nice little fake, boy. He just set him up and burned him.
Of course, Benjamin. Don't you know that they have more commercials to play yet? Come on. If the commercials come on after the game's over, they don't get the companies don't have to pay as much money.
See, this way everyone can see what he's saying. Yeah. Yeah, of course they're not watching us anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, because as long as the NFL makes twice as much money, the network makes twice as much money if the commercial is played during the Super Bowl.
Oh, at least twice.
Yep.
More than
that. The game's over and they play the commercial, then they don't get as much.
During the Super Bowl, they get let's see, how much do they get per? $30-second ad in the Super Bowl is a minimum of $5 million.
Sounds about right.
So 30 seconds, $5 million. After the Super Bowl, it costs 5 cents. So there's a little disparity there. It's about what it's worth. Look at Joe Montana's in the house watching his 49ers. This was I went to 2 Super Bowls. I went to the 49er Chargers Super Bowl where Steve Young was the quarterback. First down. This Purdy is good. Great catch, by the way. And reach. Look at that. Wow. Boom. Beautiful play. The ball was across before the knee went down. First down. Whoa. You're going to win this game on the score, which is absolutely absurd. Oh, he had it well in hand. This was a, I hope they're not asking if it's a fumble, because that was a football move. By the way, is it me or does the left side of that Kansas City defense look wide open?
Just a little bit.
If they go to the left, it's touchdown.
Yeah, they just had a field goal.
Yep, we're going left. No. That was a horrible play. Did the receiver go the wrong way?
22-19. Upper says, Dave, go back to the pasture channel.
Go back to the what?
Go back to the pasture channel. Because you're even behind me now.
I'm at 725.
I'm on a Jack Black commercial.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Jack
it's
Black
22. I just saw it go 22-19.
Yeah.
That is funny. Buffering says I got to go back. Well, the problem is I'm buffering. So, buffering. Let's see. Let me see. Yeah, the Jack Black commercial. That's the, let me go to Denver. It's a little closer, I think, than, no, Kansas City's probably closer. Go to Bryan, Texas. Are you on a Schwarzenegger commercial now?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it just ended.
Just ended?
Yeah.
Mine's still going. I met Donald twice. Once I was on stage with him as he accepted his gubernatorial election. The other was in a meal. Now look at him. What a waste. You know, when you see all your stars burn out, it's a sad moment, but it's also a liberating one.
Yeah.
Because the surprise that I always hear people say or talk about when they meet somebody that they have admired from afar for some time, like an actor or a musician. One of the things people say if they have a good experience is, Oh, they were great. They were just, just so down to earth. They were just like me,
Yeah.
They were just like you, right? And that's a compliment, right? Because even though they're admired by millions or whatever,
Yeah.
They're we look up to them. So when we see that experience and we realize they've come to our level, we kind of give them props for that. Well, now we know that they're far below us. And so that is a very different experience now, because we see that they've forced them, or and they've willingly done so, sold their soul to the devil.
4th and 1.
Yep, I'm at
Are they going to
6:10
punt
right
or are
now.
they going to run it? Are they going to punt or are they going to play it?
They can't punt. If they don't score here, they lose. Right? They have to get at least a field goal here.
Yep. That's why I said, are they going to they want to shoot for a field goal, or are they going to try and play it out?
Oh no, you said punt.
Yeah, well, I don't know what I was thinking for a second there. No punt. Yeah.
This is for all the marbles.
Is this where Kelsey gets the ball and gets the touchdown and makes out with Taylor Swift in the middle of the 50-yard line? Yeah.
Yep.
We went for first down. You got it.
That was the game right there. That's
Whoa.
huge, man.
Yep, just lost yardage. Yep. Second and 13 now.
Oh no. I just saw that. I got to catch up to you guys. Damn. What's your time code right now?
422 or 420. 420. Oh, Jesus. 420. Perfect. Perfect timing. Thank you, Dave.
I'm down to 340.
You be
great.
quiet. Don't be taking my time away.
Huh.
Yeah, don't be messing with my 420 now. Yeah, I can even rewind it and hit that 420 over and over and over again. Yeah, I'm sorry for those of you that don't get to see this. I that's why we told you turn on the game on your TV and let's watch it together. Because that way then everybody can see little different things and stuff, That's how we pick it apart,
KC with the ball. 2nd and 6. Timeout, San Francisco.
Yeah. You know, and this Gatorade stuff, you know, that's one of those drinks that I stay completely away from.
Oh, it's crap.
Yep.
Without question, it is crap. We got 315 joining us. We don't have Rumble numbers, do we?
No,
Not on
no.
here. I got to go to Rumble.
I'll pull it up and look. I'll pull it up and look. That way there, then your signal doesn't get all bunky.
Oh, we got 478 watching on the Rumble. What's up, folks? Sorry, I haven't been talking to you much. Over there on Rumble. We got a great little chat going on over there too, folks. If you ever want to check out Rumble, The Indoctrination is my channel, and it's no space. The Indoctrination, no space. And good to see 463 over there, 315 or something in on YouTube. Look at Mahomes go. Holy cow. What's your timestamp, guys?
Wait for it to come back up. 138.
138 or 48?
Well, it's 130 now on mine.
Okay.
1st and 10.
So you're 10 seconds ahead of me, so be careful.
Yeah.
Don't spoil it.
No, I'll try not to. Wow. Quite a lot over on the Rumble side, Dave. That's great.
Yeah, it's awesome. Pop in there, say hi.
Literally, I just said hi.
Hello, my Rumble peeps. What's happening? And by the way,
they just pushed Kelsey all the way back.
I'm behind you.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's not okay.
And
no, it's not okay.
It's hard to react 20 seconds later, you know.
I'm just 10 behind you. Back in the day when satellite had just come out, and I had cable, and my neighbor had satellite, and we would always say line 3, because line 3 was come to the door, we're going to talk. Hold on, I'll finish. Whoa, that's the game. Holy cow. That's the Super Bowl. Oh my God. And not like it's, a huge, wow. This is the narrative, my friends. This is the narrative. Taylor Swift just swept up at the Grammys.
Yeah, she's bringing Kelsey's balls down in her bag and going to give them back to him for the time being, so he can be manly with his friends.
Hawk, do you remember what I was telling you on the phone earlier
About
the Taylor Swift cake on the Kansas City Chiefs thing that they made today? Yeah.
Hey, Slow, feel free to share that with the rest of the class.
So I was scrolling through TikTok, just random videos, and one of the videos showed a baker, I believe it was in Vegas or Kansas City. They made it was a life-size cake with Taylor Swift standing on this disc looking cake, right, with a Super Bowl trophy on it.
Is that right?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. And that came out, I think it was yesterday. Might have been this morning. I don't know. Time just kind of blurs together.
That's interesting.
7 equals 11, which means chaos.
Why am I not hearing him?
It's interesting. 7 equals 11, which means chaos. Slow Country, did you mute yourself?
I did a couple minutes ago.
Okay. Slow Country, did you mute yourself?
I did a few minutes ago.
This is a huge play because. All right, what the hell's going on here? I'm caught in a death spiral of Slow Country. Did you mute yourself? This is a huge play because. What the hell's going on here? I'm caught in a death spiral of Slow.
I will say that Purdy played a good game. Conservative Cowboy says drop number 25, 20, 22. Very interesting. Let's see what 25, 22 is.
Yeah, let me go to a 25-22.
Yeah.
And look at people going crazy. That's amazing. That's a great feeling to be champion. Oh, wow. Storm is upon us status regarding. Hold on. Let me bring you all with me. Sorry about that. I got all excited and look at Mahomes. That's pretty cool. Storm is upon us status regarding George Herbert Walker, U.S. Secret Service code name regarding Timberwolf. And I was just mentioning him earlier when we were talking about Volkswagen and how his dad financed them. The gray wolf, Canis lupus, also known as timber wolf, shares a common ancestry with the domestic dog. State funeral next week. Coincidence? And what's very interesting here is of all the puppy bowl comms that we've gotten, right? And also the dog comm. So basically, Q's saying that a wolf is a dog. And this post is suspended.
I actually got the post pulled up right here.
I got it up on the screen right now.
I'm talking about the Twitter post that's linked.
What's 222?
Which Twitter post?
The one that's linked on the board post.
Oh, please go ahead. Yeah.
It's from James Comey. All right, Joe M.
Can you share it?
Yeah.
AA 2225 is talking about NASA and the moon. So I don't think. Well, you think about a wolf in the moon. What do wolves do? They howl at the moon.
Yeah. Which one was that?
2225.
Yeah, we rarely do that, but that's kind of cool. We keep going on something like that, and when it Slow, are you trying to pull that up right now?
Yeah, I've got it pulled up.
Could actually go to 2252 as well.
I don't see it on our screen. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to stop screen so you can show screen. Okay. All right.
Blow this up a little bit here. Can you see that okay?
Keep going.
Make it bigger.
Keep going if you would.
Yeah. 2252 is goodbye, Mr. Rosenstein. Q.
Okay. Go ahead.
So the storm is upon us. This is the Twitter post that Q post was taking us to. Did Herbert Walker die? And James Comey, and this was a thing, a quote for, of a James Comey's post. Our dog Benji died this afternoon because he was a rescue, and we didn't know his age today except very old. He was a friend in entire life, big family, as only a dog can be. Goodbye, old soul.
Wow. Okay. So basically,
and then
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and finish that.
He also followed up with, it wasn't hard because once you realize in kill brackets.
This is Joe M now. This is Joe M.
Yeah. Storm was upon us. Same person. He was just quoting this post from James Comey. It wasn't hard because once you realize in kill brackets, they do not use Twitter for trivial chit chat, but instead to telegraph moves to their secret society friends. You can try to squint between the lines.
Yeah. So Q told us that they all had fake accounts on Twitter where they were communicating. That was one of the things that they used. The other thing was the Gmail, where they would never send the email. They would just all have access to the drafts. And so they'd go in and be able to communicate in the drafts, and the emails were never sent. And then they also went into video games. Star Wars Commander, they communicated through. Why are they telling us all this? Why, because it makes sense. And obviously it's the only way they can communicate, right? Because they're communicating on the platforms that they knew their friends owned. So Jack Dorsey was an amazing, pitched to us as this amazing entrepreneur. Meanwhile, all these, all these people like Zuckerberg and Dorsey, and they were given this shit by CIA and DARPA. They were what they were supposed to be doing. This is their job. This is their role. And what's amazing is that they never thought she would lose. Q mentions this many, many times. They never thought she would lose. And so they were communicating, quite brazenly. But then when Trump won, they took their communication to another level on the back channels. But Q is telling us that we have everything. We were listening to them all. Q told us about the Antifa members using Signal to light the fires on the West Coast. Q told us they got that stuff. Okay. Now they have it all, but it doesn't make sense to expose it all in one fell swoop that would put 99% of the people in a hospital, because this earth isn't going to have much of a future if the majority of us are in a straitjacket, because our entire concept of reality is not slowly chipped away with every new rabbit hole we go down, but it's exploded in their face in one fell swoop. See, that didn't happen to us. We didn't go along thinking that the NFL was real, and Travis and Taylor all so amazing, and I miss Obama. I miss that couple. They never had any. Things were simpler then, and you have this person, has kids, getting them ready for school, drop them off at school. And next thing they know, nothing of the world that they thought is what it seemed. And everybody that lied to them along the way, Larry Zonka, man. Yeah, Zonk, he was a Dolphins, right? So honorary captain, Super Bowl 6, what is that? 33. Oh, this is interesting. They're doing kind of like a, walk it through with these former, these Hall of Famers, and walking it to the presentation. That's a pretty cool concept. So that's what Q is telling us. Q is telling us we've got this, we've got that, we have everything, but you can't tell people the truth. You must show them. Only at the precipice will people engage. Enjoy the show. Tell people the truth. You must show them. I got to say, I think it's great that Ivanka is there. That's great. Accepting the trophy. Trump wins again. No. She looks a little like her, doesn't she? Wonder if Kelsey's going to tell us to remember our shots. Hey guys, over in Rumble, over in Twitter, what's happening? Good to see you. We got 624 on Rumble. For some reason, I don't have my audio from this.
We can hear you.
No, I mean in terms of like I'm not hearing any of the interviews.
Oh,
I gotta. Let's see. There we go. Andy Reid.
Oh, I think I'm going to be sick. Oh, shit. What? I'll mute again.
well, please don't ever sing again. Please.
Yeah, that's actually kind of what I was referring to.
Okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting we're all on different times here. So.
Yeah, I forgot I had myself off of mute. Next question was that
Kelsey.
yeah, was that a thing about Elvis though? Because he originally did that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the purple.
Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Didn't we just watch something very similar called the World Wrestling Federation?
Mm-hmm.
Acknowledge me.
Yes.
You know, there's
Well,
just the
really.
whole spectacle, man. You know, now this is a big deal, right? This is the championship, obviously, the Super Bowl. This is a big deal. Congratulations, Kansas City Chiefs and all your script writers. Definitely deserve. I mean, are you kidding me? With Taylor Swift, with Travis Kelce, Mr. Pfizer, with Taylor, I need my songs back, so I've got to do the bidding of George Soros. You know, a entire there's the kiss. Oh, the entire
It's all copyrighted by the
NFL.
yeah, it's all copyrighted by the NFL. It believe me, I'd love to show it to you.
It's and by the way,
Oh man, you know, what I'm seeing on my screen right now, Dave.
yeah.
Okay, is for the upcoming show that's coming on this channel, Tracker, right? A 14-year-old boy goes missing. Where is this located at? Klamath Falls. Right down the friggin' road from me. Right down the friggin' road from me.
Really?
Yeah. And it's a new TV series called Tracker, where he tracks down missing kids and missing women.
Does it have any history?
No, it doesn't. It's the first episode, first season, first episode.
Okay.
Coming on.
So as we wrap up, guys, I'm going to bring out the big guns here, if you will, that I promised you earlier, and it's this. My friend Lee shared it with me, and I am going to pull it up for you and walk through it with you. And I think you're going to love it. So I just need to find it. There it is. Okay. So, my friends, if you're joining us from the football game, welcome. I am Dave Snedeker. We have Hawk Marsden here, and we have Slow Country here. Two veterans.
As I am not.
What's that?
You says I'm Dave Snedeker, and I was gonna say I'm not.
I was just gonna call the show Two Veterans and a Little Boy. So because you guys are veterans and I'm just a little boy. So and we've been going through watching the Super Bowl, watching halftime, watching the commercials, and talking about some of the things, going off on tangents. But the real goal for this for me today was to kind of just have a place where we could all come together and watch this propaganda piece with people who are awake and are actually, looking at things differently than what we used to, the way we used to look at them. And so that was my goal for tonight. And I want to put, there will be people that will come out maybe with the halftime show, and Hawk was talking earlier about all these that perform these blood sacrifices, either on their music videos or in person, going to these parties, and there were a lot of them in Las Vegas at the same time.
Yep.
And so when you have everybody, if I needed to, if I needed to give all these people, my business card, it might be a good time for me to do that, being in Vegas and getting to a place where they all are. If, we're trying to give these people a good hanging, maybe that's a good place to round them up for that. And what I mean by hanging, I mean hanging out together, like, not the hanging you may prefer, because we need to have, evidence and guilty verdict of any wrongdoing, more than just hearsay and internet gossip. But here's what we know. We know that the people that are stars, that Q said they thought you would follow the stars, we stopped following them because they betrayed us. They betrayed us over and over and over and over again, to their benefit, to our detriment. And so it's time to look at things differently. And with that, I share with you Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas, another spin of the wheel. I will share the author of this at the end of this. Note, I would highly recommend reading my blog from 2017, Stephen Paddock, American Made, about the Harvest 91 Festival Massacre in Las Vegas, which was essentially the pregame show for Super Bowl 58, but you don't have to if you don't want to. Now, I have been taking people down that road this past week in some of my decodes, because of the ties to Las Vegas. And one of the things, my friends, I think it's safe for me to bring out, and that is that I interviewed an eyewitness from Las Vegas, and who had a friend that, and she and her friend have some very interesting information. But I couldn't at the time. They were killing people. They were killing witnesses. So that was a significant event that had taken place. And as I've shared with you, and as many of you know, that was an assassination attempt on Mohammed bin Salman and possibly Donald Trump. And Trump saved Salman's life. And Salman went back to Saudi Arabia and did a purge of Saudi Arabia and took out all the bad actors, including Prince bin al-Talawid, who owns the 7 top floors of the Mandalay Bay and would have had pretty unrestricted access to the floor where supposedly the shooting took place, to set the stage with all those weapons. But we know that it wasn't Stephen Paddock. And we also know that those shots couldn't have been fired with bump stocks, which they then used that event as a false flag to scare people into wanting to force their legislators to enact legislation against these bump stocks, which Stephen Paddock supposedly killed 58 people. It didn't happen. There were multiple shooters. There are multiple witnesses. This was a attempted hit, and what Q tells us is that we have hits in the shape of 7 out of 10 airline crashes. Q told us are 187s, which, if you look at my dive that I dropped today on X, on at DaveSnedeker on Twitter, at DaveSnedeker, you'll see the post that I did, and about 187. By the way, she's a number one music star in the world, in the country. Top. She's the number one in the world in 2023. Okay, on Billboard's charts. Kelsey is 87. 187. A lot of references to 187 and Las Vegas. Joe Buck not showing up. Something's going down in Vegas. Nothing that we can see so far. And I've done decodes with Super Bowl probably at least 4 or 5 times before. And I come away from the Super Bowl and think, well, they didn't do anything this year. Or did they? And what they're doing is they're showing us that that what is going on. And even if something major doesn't happen today, which it hasn't for quite some time in terms of what we see, Q did say we only see 20% of what's actually happening. And I'm not making an excuse for it, but I just want to ask anybody who doesn't believe in Q or doesn't believe that there's a master plan in place that we are a part of, not for us to sit back and watch, but that we are absolutely 100% a part of. And if you don't believe that, then I would ask you the following. Why are we seeing the things being released that we're seeing? Why would we be seeing these things? Okay. Just going to give you a couple. This is not normal. This is not normal that we would see this. Okay. All right. I'm going to just giving you a kind of a preview here, glance. Okay. It's huge, and I'm going to share it with you. I'm going to drop it, put it in the drop. Okay. But it's 23 pages long. Okay. And we're probably not going to get into all of it. I did invite the author on the show today, but I have not heard back from him. And it was an email, so I don't even know if he saw it. But I hope to do this. And Robert, I got your contact. I will reach out to you. If I don't, please do so again regarding Q streaming. And by the way, my friends, just let me just show you this, because we just sat through how many damn commercials. What is going on? This is my website, DavidSnedeker.com. And I invite you to go here And this is how you can support me. All my content is free. So I want to share this with you. So if you do want to support me and my independent research and the time that I spend, you can do so at Give, Send, Go. That's the good one. They don't take any money out, and they haven't shut anybody down. Also Cash App and also Zelle. All my stuff is free. But I do, you know, I offer a few things, and I invite you to support this work. I also have a podcast, Shattering the Indoctrination, on all podcasts. That's free as well, and that's a very just a kind of a thought experiment that I do with you, and I'm just talking, and we're thinking together and going back and forth, and it's not a lot of people have seen it, but the people who have seen it really dig it. It's slow, it's relaxed, it's chill. This pull money out of Hollywood and big tech. This is what I was showing you earlier. This is the Q streaming. If you go in through here, you can get to Q streaming, and you can sign up. And as you sign up, if you choose to do so, then you support me as well. Okay. So, and I have a channel on here called Truthcast Media. So all those channels that I just showed you, one of the things I haven't shown you, and this is what I got to do. But let me show you this, and I promise you I'm going to get back to that document because I really want to show you this document. But please bear with me as I have to jump. Excuse me. Okay. Truthcast. All right. So here is, share this with you. Yeah, it's just a little clunkier than what I was used to when I was doing this before. So you go to Q, Communication Unites Everyone. Truthcast Media. This is my channel, or it will take you to Podcast Truthcast Media, and if you click on that, then what you see is our show right now on live. Okay, and so what I love about this, okay, is if somebody was on CBS watching the game, look where I'm at. Okay. And I don't think that's by accident. The owners of this reached out to me because they know me and they like the work that I do and they respect the work that I do. And they wanted me to be one of the first podcasts on their platform, because what they were doing is they were showing everything else. They're showing CBS, Fox, Bally Sports, movie channels. They were showing all this stuff. They already had all this stuff. But we started working together in April, and thus I'm one of the first shows on Q streaming that is outside of this, this mainstream media that we are inundated with. And my only hesitation to get involved with this is that it's more proliferation of the thing that I am trying to help us escape from, right? And so I find that my justification is that we all need to decompress. We all need to find our escape. Some of us, it's a walk in the woods. It's a jog. It's a workout. It's meditation. It's prayer. It's a Bible study. It's, whatever it is that brings you joy. And some of us, football brings joy, basketball, baseball, whatever. And while we may not allow our lives to get overabsorbed with it to the point where we haven't kept it in perspective, well, then, that what's wrong with that? And if we're going to do it, let's give these sons of bitches less money than we have been in the past, right? And I think that's a pretty important place to be, because that gives us the opportunity. So if you're at DavidSnedeker.com, you can click on this and you can go and you could try it. And it's $60 a month. But again, don't do it if you're only paying 12 or something, right? Or you don't use it at all. This is just an alternative to spending the hundreds of dollars. And then, of course, we got Jim and Jasmine Silver. Folks, I've done like four things in my I've offered 4 products in my career as a podcaster. The Saint Solutions Colloidal Silver, which is the best out there that I've found, and the way it's made, the way it's just brilliant. Okay. Again, we sat through how many commercials, right? For the Super Bowl. And this is something that will change your life. Ask Jasmine about the Mysterium. It's copper, gold, silver in colloidal form, with Masaru Emoto's love on the bottle, with the crystal work that's been done, with the prayer that's been done by Jim in the crystal room. Okay. The magnetics that were used to do this water at the level they have is really phenomenal. Okay. So I have something else I'm going to share with you a little bit later, but I want to get to this document. And the thing I'm going to share with you later is something that has gotten me out of a very difficult time in my life. And it's a brand new product that nobody has. And I know the owner of it, and he's amazing, and it's amazing. And I've been wearing this technology for months, and I'll share that with you here in a little bit. But let me get to you the download here. Okay. No, that's not it. I lost it. Shoot. Here it is. No. Here we go. No. I'm sorry, my friends. It just disappeared on me here. No, that's not it. Okay, there it is. Okay. All right. So let's go back to the beginning here. Now, this isn't my work, and I'm just going to give you a bit of it tonight. Share the document with you so that you can find this gentleman and see more work, and if it's a gentleman, and possibly support them. So I'm going to say that Super Bowl 58 will be a mass ritual. Yeah, duh. Everything's a public ritual these days. Bane, and everybody knows it. Get a new shtick. I agree with you. Many major events and ceremonies are today open air in your face globally. Television stream dark rituals, and many more people are now awakening, aware of this fact, and that there are more psyops, psychological operations for the uninitiated, both large and small, running simultaneous at this moment than anyone could possibly keep up with. my friends, no truer words regarding the events of this world right now are truer. Okay. But this one is different. This one is truly special. Why? Because of when we are, because of the timing. All 5 of my fans are thinking, here he goes again with that new great age shit again. And with my sincere apologies, yes, this is all about the shift of the ages, the start of the new 26,000 year cycle of precession or precession of the equinoxes. We are entering the age of Aquarius. Now, when they talk about shift, this is still on a globe Earth model, right? There are the shifts, there are the equinoxes that work quite well in the flat Earth model. Okay, so whichever you believe, I will tell you that that there's an actual shift that has been written about in human history. Okay, about these kinds of shifts of the equinoxes and of the ages. Okay. The founding year of America, 1776, inaugurated a 22-year countdown to 1998, the most precise year of galactic alignment. The visual astronomical alignment that marks the end of the former great age and the commencement of the new one. The Alpha and the Omega, symbolized by the Ouroboros, a snake eating its tail, representing cycles of time. Many of you have seen this. Okay. There was a second 222-year countdown beginning in 1800, the year that both the White House and U.S. Capitol came into use, and ending in 2022, which was the last full year of the dying great age. 2023 was thus far 0, making 2024 year 1. I previously stated that 2022 was year 0. I had made a minor miscalculation. Year 0 began in 2022 on the winter solstice and lasted until 12/21 of 2023. I forgot to account for the fact that on the cryptocracy's calendar, their year runs from winter solstice to winter solstice. So, okay. If you want to begrudge me being off by 1 year in the span of 26,000, fine. It's all of that great age makes your eyes glaze over. It should. Here's all you really need to know. This is a new dawn, not the age of the Aquarius. That's an age, one of 12, approximately 2,000 years in length, depending on who you ask, but rather of the great age, the great year, roughly 26,000 years in duration. Okay, this I have not heard. Kickoff time. Keeping in mind then the title of my 3rd book, Blackjack, The Dawning of the New Great Age of Satan, the kickoff of Super Bowl 58 will be the symbolic kickoff of the great new age of Satan. If you happen to be sort of dense or haven't watched television in a quarter century and are wondering why of Satan, it'll become clear to you fairly soon. In the link between Blackjack, a common nickname of Satan, Blackjack, and Las Vegas, the gambling capital of the world, is very intentional. And by the way, John F. Kennedy was nicknamed Blackjack. This then is year 1. Even so, the Super Bowl, regardless of what may or may not occur leading up to and during the event, it's not what you should be worried about. The remainder of this year is what should concern you mightily, but we'll get to that later, if at all. Hold on. I'm going to drop this in the chat. Yeah.
And
So
drop
you
it in the
guys,
private chat too. There is something in private chat that correlates with exactly what you're talking about right now.
Go ahead.
That you should probably look at. Slow Country's last drop into the private chat. Pull that up on X and take a look at that, Dave.
Okay.
Make sure you click on the post so that you can see the underlying things that are underneath there. The quick comments that came in about what Joe Biden posted 47 minutes ago.
Holy, are you kidding me?
Yeah, just to wait till you scroll down And you
Is
see where
this
that young man's talking?
Is this a joke? Just when we thought Hunter couldn't be out-creeped, the President of the United States posts something like this. Joe Biden, 48 minutes ago. Just like we drew it up.
Yep. Now, there's a video down below that.
Okay.
Okay. Here's one that nobody thought about. Go ahead and
Hunter Biden.
Play this.
Yep. Listen to it closely, too.
I am solely on the Biden 2024 train. Not Joe, by the way. No. Hunter Biden. Hunter 2024. I don't know if you guys know this, but Hunter Biden is an Eastern European oil executive. He's also a Chinese financier. He is a North African land development manager. He is a world-class painter. And he has done all of this while high on cocaine, banging hookers. If that is not a presidential resume, I am solely on the Biden 2024 train.
There's a comment below that.
Not Joe, by the way. No. Hunter Biden. Hunter 2024.
For
I
letting
don't
that
know
go
if you guys
again.
know this.
I had been having some technical difficulties over here.
Look, scroll down a little bit farther and you'll see the comment that's there.
Okay.
And development manager. He is a world-class painter.
The one by Nate Kent.
He has done all of this.
The Chiefs will win the Super Bowl so that they make their White House appearance to meet the president and for Taylor Swift to endorse Joe Biden while visiting. And he made that on January 30th. Yeah, that's a good call. Nate Kent made that call.
And what's Kelsey's first name was Travis?
Yeah.
You know, it's just like we drew it up is what Joe Biden's post says.
High on cocaine.
Yeah.
This is something else. Yep.
Yeah. That's unbelievable. By the way, that's 1050, I'm going to say. And let me go to 1050. Also, let me drop the zeros. And here we go, 1050. Think North Korea, think nuke stranglehold, think logically, timeline plan. Are you awake? Q. It's April 6, 2018. Hey, Q, thank you for making my terrible day a little better. Feeling a little like POTUS today. Had a coworker lie about his screw up and blame it on me. My heart goes out to President Trump. The attack made on me is minuscule in comparison to the attacks our president and now the Q team experiences on a daily basis. I wish I could give you all a big hug and express to you how grateful I am for what y'all are doing for us in our country. I'm so thankful we have a president now who calls out the media and knows his people are smart enough to discern the truth for themselves. We are sick of the conjecture and half-assed journalism, so thank you again for everything. It means worlds more than you could ever know for us to have a president who believes in the greatness of we the people. Do you think POTUS could give us confirmation, kind of like a symbolic hug? Sending my love and prayers. Heart, Godspeed. Stand strong, patriots together. Didn't he hug the flag after that? I know he's hugged the flag, but now this is interesting. This is 15. Okay. So normally, we'll drop the zeros, right? Because it's like taking it down. But this is October 31st, 2017, one of the earliest of posts. And we've been talking about Huma Abedin for days. Like, she's been popping up. There are more good people than bad. The wizards and warlocks, inside term. We were just talking about the wizards, Musk and Dorsey, because on the indoctrination we proved that that Twitter was controlled by the white hats before Musk was brought in. We proved that. They had the code. They changed one of Melania's tweets. They changed one of Trump's tweets. And we know that Huma and Hillary have not been in control of their Twitter because of all the devastating timestamps of their tweets that go into the drops that they're well aware of. Realize Soros, Clinton's, Obama, Putin, etc., are all controlled by three families. The fourth was removed post Trump's victory. That was the House of Saud in Saudi Arabia. Okay, and Soros owns Taylor Swift's catalog, and he's responsible for the migrant invasion of both Europe and the United States. 11-3, Podesta indicted. 11-6, Huma indicted. Okay. We thought these were dates back in the day. And then we realized they were the Law of War manual, and which I just closed. I just had that up, by the way. And then also the U.S. military manual that Hawk found was 10.1.3 or 1.10.3, which is 11.3. And yeah, Hawk, maybe you could pull that up. Manafort was placed into Trump's camp as well as others. We now see that many of the people that were on Trump's side are in his camp. He was actually exposing. The corruption that will come out is so serious that deals must be cut for people to walk away. Otherwise, 70% of elected politicians would be in jail. You are seeing it already begin. A deep cleaning is occurring, and the prevention and defense of pure evil is occurring on a daily basis. They never thought they were going to lose control of the presidency, not just Dems, and they thought they had control since making past mistakes, JFK, Reagan. Godspeed, patriots. Okay. In other words, the past mistakes were JFK and Reagan getting elected because they both got in the way of the deep state. P.S. Soros is targeted. So they've been on the lookout for Soros since 2017. So what's going on? Why are they waiting? What do they need? They need to expose these people. They need to expose them.
Slow Country, can you pull up that the documentation on that where we in regards to Greg Abbott and how we ended up pulling up the 11.3 out of that?
Are you talking about the Constitution, Article 1, Section?
Yeah, Part 1, Section 10, third. Yeah,
I got it right here. Let me just.
I knew he had it right there on his computer. So
cool.
And he tossed another one into the private chat too, Dave, because you were speaking of Hillary.
Okay.
Funny how this stuff all ties together. It's just ridiculous.
Well, you know, what's pretty amazing is, you know, I was just reading the Q drops, and I gotta tell you guys, I just felt kind of a calm wash over me, because I find reading them to be quite supportive of my work. And I think there were a lot of people, well, I know there were a lot of people, and I was one of them, that felt that the work that we were doing was like shoveling shit against the tide. especially when you're getting put in jail and you're, you know, the online and you're, you know, even halted or tear gas fired at you from the people that you're actually there to support. I was there to support the police at that Santa Monica riot. I wasn't there to you know, because they were talking about defunding all these guys, and I was there to keep the peace, to, you know, show respects to the people that really were caught up in the indoctrination and felt really bad about what happened to George Floyd. Like we've got to remember, you know, that amidst all of the carnage and the killing and the burning and the looting that happened with the George Floyd riots, we've got to remember that those were all, you know, not all of them, but most of them were set up. They were planned, they were strategized, they were paid for. They were told, you're not going to go to jail. And if you go to jail, we're going to bail you out like the next day. And you're not going to have to pay any money and the whole bit. And that's exactly what happened. But what people don't realize is that they didn't go easy on them. They had already planned to go easy on them. They already told them that they were going to go easy on them. And so, so all of that bullshit was planned. But there were a lot of good people out there. A lot of good people of all colors. And certainly, you know, the white people who, you know, who are doing it for the wrong reasons, and the black people that are doing it, all colors doing it for the wrong reasons. But my point is that a lot of people do those kind of things for optics. I was recording the whole thing live. So, you know, it was May 29th, 2020. Kind of kicked off the riots for the summer. And so, but there are a lot of good people that are just caught up in this mad brainwashing. I mean, you know, it's, and only the people that could see through the bullshit were saying, wait a minute, I'm sorry, but there's not a 6'5", 280 pound man in that casket that they're tossing around. Okay. He died of fentanyl poisoning. He died. These things that are left out of such an important conversation. Should that cop have kneeled on his neck that way for as long as he did? Fuck no. No, I'm sorry. Was he resisting arrest? Yes. Do you have enough men there to keep him down without getting your knee on his neck? Yeah. But also, put yourself in that guy's shoe. This guy's bigger than you. He's already caused problems. He's already resisted arrest. You know, and what do you do in the moment? You know, it's not easy to make those decisions on the fly. And so, but the things that I'm mentioning, you know, might piss people off on either side, but I'm just approaching this with a compassion for both sides and an understanding that there's good people on both sides. And that, unfortunately, this social experiment that they are performing against humanity has caught a lot of beautiful, beautiful, compassionate human beings in its trap and has used that compassion to their detriment. And so this is all so scripted. in a direction of our demise by those who benefit from our slavery. And so, this is real. And so when I read the drops, and I remember back to the years before the drops, and I remember having to live through the Clinton administration, and then having to live through the Bush administration, and then coming awake towards the end of the Bush administration, and then having to sit through the Obama administration and watch my friends and family get sucked into this Manchurian candidate, and have to put up with that for 8 years. I mean, these were some rough times, people, right? And here Donald Trump comes along and changes the landscape like overnight, and shows the deep state and exposes the news and exposes the people that are trying to keep him down, and tell the population that Obama spied on him, but up against the media that made him out to be a buffoon. And then Q comes along. And it was like that second shot in the arm. And I don't mean like a vaccine shot. I mean like attaboy, Dave. Attaboy, man. You've been fighting this for a long time. Attaboy. We're giving you Trump, and then we're giving you Q. And Q came along and said, they're arresting Hillary Clinton. And all the Anons were like, what? Because this dude sounds legit. Because we thought it was just some dude early on, until the massive amount of information and connection and interaction and interlacing, magical, coincidental, but too many coincidences, for that it was mathematically impossible. So we know there's something really, really big here. Okay. And I got to be honest with you. When I go into these drops, and I take you into these drops, okay, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. You have somebody who has been at this for 18 years and has been vocal and active and involved, and has done thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of talking to you and sharing things with you that I think are important and that I think will help you along this path. And now we walk this path together. And I take you into the Q drops just as I would take you a few steps off the path to show you some beautiful flowers. Take you to a precipice that you can look out and better see the path ahead, so that we may make a plan together on how to navigate this forest, this jungle, this storm that is, in both cases, the very, very, very bad people that are lashing out in an attempt to save their own lives and save the life they created. and the good people, the white hats, the autists, the anons, the real truthers that are digging to the bottom. And you got two here with me, by the way. Okay. That aren't in it for the money, that aren't in it for fame and glory, that, you know, aren't in it just for their good looks. Okay. That's definitely not the case. But here we are. And all of these people are making, and you, the listener, and sharing and supporting and finding the people that are worthy of your attention, worthy of your support, worthy of you saying, hey, check this guy out. I think you might like him. And them coming back and saying, yeah, he was really not for me, but thanks for sharing. Or, oh my God, you changed my life. By the way, that's what most of them say. Just FYI. I'm just saying. But we're all a part of this revolution. And the reason we got here was because the team kept nudging us along, kept giving us a little more and a little more and a little more, and showing us a little more, a little more, a little more. Like proving to us, wait a minute, didn't Q tell us that Twitter was going to kick him off like 4 years ago? Yeah. Actually, 6 years ago. 4 years before it happened, 3 years before it happened. Q told us Trump was going to be off Twitter. By the way, that was another confirmation. One way to predict the future is to control the future. And if Q was in control of Twitter, then they could intentionally expose Twitter, allow Twitter to expose themselves, set up Truth Social as an alternative to show your favorite president has had to create his own software so that he could talk to you and me. So that propped him up even more and more and more. What's that?
So you were just talking about who's profiting, right? So yeah. Click on the last link in private chat. Pull that one up. Wait till you get a load of this one.
Whoa. Okay. So this is from okay, let me get this on screen with you. Now I will say this. Well, I'll tell you in a second. Okay. All right, so this is Doc Holliday. And I've been following Doc for a long time. He's got 126,000 followers. I do recommend this man.
Yep, me too.
What's that?
Me too. Yep.
Yeah,
I've been
right.
Following him
and
for quite a while.
Obviously, you just found this, or Slow just found this?
Slow put it in the private there.
Cool. So Slow, obviously, you follow this guy too, right? So
of course.
He made a post a while back, and he was basically, I think it was about Godlewski, and he said, you know, everybody's a grifter or something. And I told him, not everybody. And he said, do you charge for your show? And I said, no. And one of the Sned heads stepped in. My dear Helen, who has been such a huge supporter of my work, and she said no. As a matter of fact, he hasn't charged for anything as long as I've known him. And so here, Doc, and so Doc got that. So he knows who I am, but I'm surprised he hasn't followed me yet. But he said, "What are your thoughts on this?" General Flynn, subscribe monthly. Stone, Byrne, Lecrae, Cat Turd, Cernovich, Kanakoa, Terrible, subscribe monthly. Gunther Eagleman, subscribe monthly. Hodge Twin, subscribe monthly. Ian Miles Strong, CJ Pearson, Pizza Pepe, Alpha Fox, Tony ×2, subscribe monthly. $12.95. Be careful who you're following. Some are profiting off this movement. Some are building a big following off of this movement, only then to retreat and go mainstream. Patriots make sacrifices, some the ultimate sacrifice. Patriots are selfless. Do they ask for monthly payments to remain patriots? Think logically. To some, it's only about the money. Those who would seek personal gain at the expense of others in this movement has an agenda. You decide. This is not a game. The only profit we should all be striving for is true freedom. God bless you all. So here's the thing. That's why I ask for donations. That's why Hawk asks for donations. And that sustains us to a certain extent, but it ain't lucrative. And every single person you see here is making a lot of money, like tens of thousands a month, if not more. Okay. They're keeping information from you. They're charging you to see this information. This is a war. Imagine if you're walking through the battlefield and your job is to pass out maps to the minefield up ahead. And, but you charge for those maps. And some people can't afford to buy the maps. And so they don't know where the mines are buried. And we're not in the kind of war that was seen by my friends here tonight, but it's a very different kind of war. It's the war for our minds, and they have had the upper hand on our minds for quite some time. And our job is to break free from this control. And I think that I know that I want certain people like myself to be doing this full time. I coached for 3.5 hours today. So I'm doing some basketball coaching, and I love that, and I'll continue to do that. But that doesn't pay the kind of bills I got. And it could, but that would mean taking me away from this or doing something else. And I don't want to do that because I know how important this is. And I believe that I have value here. And so my goal is to be able to support myself monthly and be able to bring these things to you for free. Everybody gets to see it. Everybody can watch over 240 of my shows right now on Rumble. Everybody can listen to my channel Shattering the Indoctrination, my podcast. Everybody can watch Hawk's stuff on Hawk's Mustard Seeds 24 or on Hawk J. Marsden on Facebook when he gets unsuspended for being a bad boy. And these are, and Slow, I think you're at Slow Country on YouTube,
Slow Country,
right?
I think it's Slow Country 2.
Slow
Well,
Country
on
2.
X. On X, it's Slow Country 2. I'm not sure on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll drop my channel in the chat.
Please do. And Hawk, do yours too in the chat, right? Your make sure that people get in your X and your YouTube and stuff.
I don't even know what my X is. Yeah,
it's Hawk's Mustard Seeds 1.
No, it's Hawk's Mustard 1. It's
okay.
It wouldn't let me have the whole one that I wanted. Oh, there it is. Okay, I had to freaking click on it. Oh, there we
go.
Drop that on the Rumble side too.
So, that was good. Drop Slow. Thank you for that. So, yeah, my friends, this is a choice that we make going forward. Who is worthy of our attention? Who is worthy of our money? Who is worthy of our follow? Be discerning. Challenge everything you hear, especially what you hear right now. Check your coat. Come in with an open mind. Gather, and then go back to the coat check and see what you need to take home with you. But at least it gets out of your way so that you can tap into and connect with some new information. So that document, my friends, I was promising I would drop to you, and I have to find that link. Here it is. Okay. It is okay. No, that's not working. Darn it. Why won't that do that? It's called The Most Dangerous Blog. Let me go back up to the top. I think it's called The Most Dangerous Blog in the World. But I'm having difficulty. Because you have to download it. Yeah, Files, WordPress. But then I lose it. It's weird. Why is that doing that? All right, let me get through it. Let me get through a few more things, okay? Kickoff time, the 58, the years and so forth. We are here at the outset of year one, or a la Y2K, Y1, and the dawn of the new great age of Satan. And where do we find ourselves but in the gambling capital of the world, the most visited locale on the face of the earth, Las Vegas, Sin City. LV is the host city for Super Bowl LV3, which is 58. For the first time, Vegas has hosted the event. I had previously noted that year zero would be YO as in yo, 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 but nobody thought that was funny except for me, and besides, it's over and done with. I like this guy. More specifically, we're in Paradise, Nevada, located adjacent to the world-famous Las Vegas Strip, and home of the Allegiant Stadium where SB 58 will be played. Sin City Paradise is in the Devil's Paradise. Hell, nice. By the way, Allegiant Stadium is called the Death Star. We went into sudden death. Slathered in 13s. My mistake, my friends. I apologize. I left without you. I went into this without you. Okay, but that's all you missed right there. As many people have noted, the number 13 is swirling all around. 5 plus 8 is 13. 4 plus 9, the 49ers 13. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy, number is 13. The halftime show is 13 minutes long. February 11th is 2/11th, with 2 plus 11 is 13. And wouldn't you know it, 13 is Taylor Swift's favorite number. 13 is my lucky number for a lot of reasons. Swift told the media in 2009. I was born on the 13th. I turned 13th on Friday the 13th. My first album went gold in 13 weeks. First number one song had a 13-second intro. Every time I've won an award, it's been seated in either the 13th seat or 13th row, 13th section, or row M, which is the 13th letter. Swift loves to incorporate the number into her work and events. Her Eras Tour film debuted in theaters October 13th, 2023, and on streaming services December 13th, her birthday. If Swift makes it to SB 58, it'll be her 13th time attending a Chiefs game to support boyfriend Travis Kelce. Snakes Alive is also very fond. Swift is also very fond of snakes. What does that have to do with her affinity for number 13? More than you might think. Swift was born under the constellation of Ficus, the serpent bearer, which, although not one of the 12 signs of the zodiac, some consider to be the unofficial 13th sign. The year of her birth, we are supposed to be on 13 zodiacs. The year of her birth, 1989, was also the year of the snake. Swift was born under the serpent bearer in the year of the snake. Ophiuchus is sometimes referred to as Serpentarius because he's clutching serpents, the snake. Ophiuchus stands atop galactic center GC, and along with Sagittarius, the tip of whose arrow points at GC, and Scorpio, whose stinger points towards GC, is one of the celestial markers for the center of the Milky Way galaxy and galactic alignment, thus also of the shift of the ages and the dawning of the new great age of Satan, the serpent. This is the arrow. This is Kansas City is the arrowhead. Look at the snakes on her fingers, on her toes, on her stage. This is her show, my friends. This is some creepy shit. This green looks like snakeskin. Now, I don't know a whole lot about astronomy, but right ascension, RA, is the celestial equivalent of longitude and customarily measured in hours, minutes, and seconds. Sir, this is getting real technical. So if you want to get into this, I'll let you get into this a little bit deeper, okay? Oh, it does mention 58 is doubly associated with the constellation. And because it contains the star 58 Serpentis, which is of particular interest here given Serpent's association with the dawn of the great age, and Satan. 58 is the new 666. And folks, I remember I took you to, well, let me just take you a quick look. This was my decode from the other day. And this is, if that's not really Hillary, which probably 90% of awake think it's not, then what is going on here if not white hat controlled comms? I get right into the Super Bowl, the Puppy Bowl. This was Hillary Clinton's interview. I'm going to show this 58-minute clip, 58-second clip here. This is really, and what I want you to think about, and I know most of you are onto this, but I want you to watch how absolutely masterful this reporter is at the deception game. at the softball, Mrs. Clinton, here you go. It's magical. Watch her work. But also, this clip is 58 seconds long. So that took me to the 58 drop, and I'll show you what that was all about.
Tucker Carlson is in Moscow right now interviewing Vladimir Putin.
Right.
The first American, I'll say, journalist to interview Putin since the war in Ukraine began. What does that tell you about Tucker Carlson and right-wing media and also Vladimir Putin?
Well, it shows me what I think we've all known. He's what's called a useful idiot. I mean, if you actually read translations of what's being said on Russian media, they make fun of him. I mean, he's like a puppy dog. You know, he somehow has, after having been fired from so many outlets in the United States, I would not be surprised if he emerges with a contract with a Russian outlet, because he is a useful idiot. He says things that are not true. He parrots Vladimir Putin's pack of lies about Ukraine. So I don't see why Putin wouldn't give him an interview.
What does that tell you about Tucker Carlson and right-wing media?
Sorry. So I had, so that is, I turn that off actually. So that was 58 seconds long, but isn't it incredible? Like how just absolutely manipulative that was, right?
Yep.
Right. It mentions a puppy bowl. It mentions the whole thing. And so, you know, I went into 58, and 58 takes us right to the Clinton campaign and Abadan and the Muslim Brotherhood. And why is this relevant? Saudi Arabia. Well, Saudi Arabia, holy cow, because down here it is. Who took an undisclosed trip to Saudi Arabia? Alice in Wonderland. Here we are at 58 Super Bowl, 58 seconds, all these 58 numbers. Okay. And it, you know, how many coincidences before mathematically impossible? So they're telling us something about Las Vegas. They're telling us to look, even if they're not necessarily telling us their next move. Remember, what they're doing is they are introducing us to these things again and again and again, and reminding us how absolutely vast this operation is, and how absolutely necessary we are to the success of this mission. Okay. Super Bowl, puppy show, it goes into all that. John Perry Barlow, it took me to that drop. Actually, folks, if you go down to the bottom of this thread, for those of you who are somewhat new, you can do a thread reader app unroll. Okay. And so what I do there is you click on that. Hold on. I think I did that wrong. I'm sure I did. Let's see. Where's the thread reader unroll? Because it takes you. And by the way, there is a longer clip of this, right? They're not all 58 seconds, but that was the one that she mentioned, the puppy bowl. Okay. And, or the puppy dog, and called him, a useless idiot. And so I did dives on that as well. And so you got some great dives here. So go to @DaveSnedeker, right here @DaveSnedeker on Twitter. And if you're not on Twitter, I highly recommend you get on Twitter, because that is the new battlefield. That is the battlefield where we're going to reach the most eyes, the most brainwashed minds, and we're going to be able to shine light into this once dark corner. And it's going to be next level, folks. It's really going to be. Remember, Q said, look to Twitter. Okay, look to Twitter, and it certainly that's that excuse me, the whole thing for Twitter, like all the Twitter files and the election and all that. But Q said look to Twitter, so maybe we should. All right. So back to that was the 58, and that took us to the 91 harvest, which was Stephen Paddock was a patsy. Okay. And the harvest, the 91 harvest, I mean, come on, it's like, you got to be kidding me, you're harvesting people. And that was in 2017. 60 people eventually died. 58 was the number of those killed on location or died soon after. 58 doves were released in conjunction with Vice President Mike Pence's visit to Paradise. 58 crosses were erected near the scene of the shooting. The LV Golden Knight ceremoniously retired jersey number 58. The approved plan for Memorial Park features 58 candlelight beams and a 58-foot glass tower, and on and on. So now at this point, if you're thinking, wow, that's a real coincidence, instead of that's some heavy human sacrificial foreshadowing of Super Satan Bowl 58, you should probably quit reading right now or quit listening. Because, folks, here's the thing. I am not trying to scare anybody. I am not showing this to you so you cower in fear. I am showing this to you because this is the level that their witchcraft must operate at in order to control humanity. And when we strip it away and we strip it down and we take it apart, we realize that it is literally a house of cards. And all we have to do is stand up and knock that table over. My friends, this is our calling. We are awake and alive at this time in human history. And we're going to just say, oh, it's a coincidence, and not pay attention to it. See, people like this gentleman that put this together and the drops that I do, people like us, I need you to understand something. We're not asking you to make a judgment on individual human beings or a judgment about a situation. We're giving you information and telling you what we get from it, so that might help your journey, your awakening. Because everybody is needed. Like, it's time, like, all hands on deck, people. If your child is in school, get involved in the school. If you're living in a town, get involved in what makes it tick and who makes it tick. And are they making it tick for the benefit of the people that live in that town, or are they padding their pockets and doing the bidding of the World Economic Forum? Q never told us to sit on our ass. Q said, enjoy the show. 99 times. And then one time said, sit back and enjoy the show. When do you sit back and enjoy the show? When your work is done. When you've completed your mission. When you've crossed off your to-do list. My to-do list today: wake up, have some coffee, have some breakfast, coach a new boy who is about to go into the most important game of his life on Tuesday or Monday, tomorrow. Spent 2.5 hours with him. Spent an hour with another young man. Grabbed a bite on the way home. Came in, and the next thing on my to-do list is to expose the people who have enslaved us. What's on your to-do list? Because if we're not crossing off little things each day, I don't think we're going to be happy with the answer we try to give when our child, our grandchild, our friend, our creator ask us, what did you do? What did you do? Serpens is the only constellation divided into two parts, serpent head and serpent tail. Google Knights Templar, Kaput 58M, and Baphomet Head. And if you're up for a real challenge, connect Baphomet Head to Billy Idol, the official Super Bowl 58 post-game performer. Hint, Billy Goat, idol worship. Holy shit. This dude is dropping some beautiful, beautiful truth. How you interpret it is up to you, but man, these are, and understand the power that they get. See, we are the game. We are the game. And I just saw a post of a young woman who got caught up in the whole thing and realized that humans are the game. Look at the Reputation, Taylor Swift with the Snake Reputation tour, right? According to the Swifties, Taylor Swift has another favorite number, 112, which is also 13. And uses it in multiples thereof, 224, 336, in timing the release of her albums and other major milestones. Folks, she's using witchcraft and numerology to her benefit. Because that's a benefit in witchcraft. This is noteworthy in its instance because of the date of the Super Bowl, February 11th. Although written to 11 in the United States, it expresses 11 to day first and month in the European Union and many other places around the globe. The number 112 is the European emergency number, and in fact, 11th is the European 112th day, designed to help raise awareness of the number. Since its adoption in Western Europe, over 100 other countries have started using it as an emergency number, including Egypt, South Africa, China, India, Iran, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Thailand. Look at all these countries. Thus, 112 is the global 9/11, and we know how powerful 9/11 is. So, and so maybe it doesn't bode well for the events of February 11th. And so can we expect a major false flag at Super Bowl 58 or a series of global attacks, perhaps involving weapons of mass destruction? The event itself, with all its attendant symbolism and black sorcery, is itself a WMD targeting our collective subconscious. That is absolutely correct. And that's why we wanted to cover this, because this is the biggest propaganda piece in their arsenal. It will likely be the most watched Super Bowl ever, perhaps the most viewed event in human history. Think about that. and look at all the actors and the musicians that were involved, knowing that that's exposure. All right. So the elite manipulate our consciousness to create the reality they desire, programming it through the use of symbols and spells, regardless of whatever else may occur in conjunction with the game. The event will be an unprecedented black magic global attack on humanity. Folks, this is why I wanted to come to you with this.
I just dropped another link into the private for you, Dave.
Okay.
This one you'll definitely find interesting.
Right now, or keep going?
Well, it's on the game, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Let's. Yeah. Definitely keep peppering me, guys, with these awesome connections.
Oh, when you see this one, you're going to be like, "Whoops!" Not kidding. Not kidding.
Oh, snap. Wow. You know what? This was when I was getting something to eat. And watch the water. That looks kind of like it is water.
Mm-hmm.
And look at this connection. Enjoy the show. People also said this could be read as 211. Mickey. He's got his palm open to 11. And that's the date, obviously, of the
Super Bowl.
Yeah. And that's getting a repost. This is yeah, this is awesome. Panic in DC, the best is yet to come. And I don't know why they're showing this clip though, but yeah, that was good. That was good. Now let me see if I could do this. Let me see if I can find. It's weird. It's really weird. I got to close that out, and then I'm still trying to get you this link because this is maddening that I cannot access. This to drop to you. That's crazy.
The link for well, I already dropped the link for in the chat if that's what you're trying to do.
The most dangerous blog in the world is what I'm trying to access. Is this article? Did it have anything to do with that?
Oh no, I thought you were talking about from the
No,
post.
I'm trying to get back to the most dangerous blog, but I'm trying to drop that. But you dropped the that one we just saw.
Yeah, I dropped that one in the chat.
Okay, cool.
Oh, I should do it over on the Rumble side too.
Yeah. Oh, please do. Yes, that would be great. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, we were just going over this. Oh my God. Okay. This is a post that Slow just dropped. Kaboom, on the day of the Super Bowl, Elon drops I love puppies. Okay. let me just go to Elon here, my buddy.
And somebody over on the Rumble side. Remember, we were talking about the Senate voted 67-27 Sunday afternoon to move the $95.3 billion package. Yeah, it's somebody else has got that up on the Rumble side now. Yeah, it's we talked about that earlier back at the I think it was halftime. We talked about it for a couple of minutes. We just didn't see anything posted that could verify it to us that took place. He says, but his final comment was Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer remarked on the rare occasion of voting on Super Bowl Sunday, but reminded colleagues of the high stakes of the moment. Well, the reason that the votes were that low was because of the fact that everybody was there was nobody in Washington, D.C. 67-27. That's what, half, not even half of the Senate majority.
Wow. Unbelievable. I want to see. All right, I'm going to come back to that, but here's where we got to go. Okay. So this drop that I started reading to you, sorry I stopped. Remember drop 2843, fear, but you knew that already. The fun hour begins directly after. Will make the Super Bowl look like a puppy show. But while making this decode, zooming out, the Elon image reads, now this is Elon's post, I love puppies. Okay. This is the picture. All right. Now, but if we go back to this, somebody found send nudes in this very odd decode. Send nudes. And February 11th, 2024, Super Bowl 2024, everything to know, time, 29 January, Super Bowl 58 will kick off at 6:30 p.m. at the Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. Will make the Super Bowl look like a puppy show. The end is near. There will be no charges against President John Solomon on Hannity, but you knew that already. Hence why Adam Schiff, Southern District of New York, and what's her name? Maxine Waters are attempting to keep the insurance scheme ongoing post Mueller. Fear the fund begins directly after. Will make the Super Bowl look like a puppy show. Send nudes. Oh my God, folks. Like, I mean, I see that. It's kind of a, could be kind of a stretch, but no, it's not. You could just really have AI do puppies with a hidden message that says send nudes. He may have done this on one of those. He may have done it on Grok. Does Grok have the thing yet? What do you call it? The visuals. So very odd, my friends. Very odd. Okay. And that was this gentleman or woman. The future incarnates the imagination of the present mind. Very nice. Okay. So, nice find on that. So this is the Let me find that for you. It is 11:43. How you guys doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm gonna have to cook something pretty soon though. I haven't eaten yet today.
I'm good.
I'm gonna have to break off. How you doing, Slow?
I'm good.
I may have to break off here, or let me see where we're at here. I'm trying to get to this this thing, and it's not letting me share it with y'all.
Well, while you're getting that, I'm going to share something with everybody. And this is a short one. You guys got to watch closely because it's going to be quick. But you'll love it. You ready? You guys ready? You just watched an elephant get born.
Our things are in the way.
Are they? Oh. Let me rewind that. Sorry. There we go.
Oh man. Oh my gosh.
Somebody would have been there with a catcher's mitt or something, you know?
For those that don't know, elephants carry their kids before they're born for like 2 years.
Say that again.
Elephants carry their young before they're born for gestation for like 2 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a long time.
And all the other elephants coming in and see all the elephants gathering around, congratulating mom and welcoming the baby. That was so freaking cool. It's
wow, that's awesome.
Look at that.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's a beautiful world we live in. We got to make sure that we're not getting, caught up in this matrix. No matter, even though we're trying to save people, and we are, and we're doing, some good work. We got to be careful that we're not experiencing that kind of joy in the world, yeah. So let me pull this up again.
I figured I'd keep them distracted while you were finding what you needed to find.
Yeah, except the problem is you distracted me.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So I need you, Hawk or Slow, both of you, please type in the following.
In where?
I might be able to do this easier. Let me try something. Okay.
I'll drop the link of that elephant. Give me a second to pull it back up here. Yep. Give me a second. Copy link. Absolutely. There you go. Here, I'll drop it over on the Rumble side too.
Oh, this is weird. This is crazy, dude. I'm not able to share this website. I don't know what's going on here.
Give me the address.
All right, I'm going to read it out. Everybody, I'm going to read it out to everybody, okay?
HTTPS.
Okay. Well, let me try this first. It's called the most dangerous blog in the world. Files.wordpress.com. And I'm going to go to that first. There we go. Okay, that's what I needed to do. Okay, I'm going to drop this, my friends. This whole time I've just been trying to get this to you, and I'm putting it in the chat right now, and you can grab it and download it and say thank you. Tell the gentleman I sent you, please, because I want to get this this guy on. You know, he does some great work. I mean, this is pretty badass, isn't it?
Drop that into the private chat too, Dave, because we can't pull links from.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I didn't hear anything from you guys, so I didn't know if you wanted it.
Oh no.
I
somebody
highlighted it.
Yeah, somebody asked for your Rumble link, so I dropped in the link to today's video.
Oh, so you were distracted. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a badass dive, right?
Yes, it is. Very much so.
This thing. So let me all right, let me pull this up.
Well, I got lots of stuff on here.
Yeah.
Oh, so the one that you're doing right now is the another spin of the wheel.
This is it here.
The Super Bowl, another spin of the wheel. Yeah.
Let me see. I think so.
Yep, another spin of the wheel.
Yes. Yep. This is it right here. Okay. All right. So I think I'm having trouble getting back to it. Maddening. Okay. Yeah, it's not even. I'm not even able to access it now. This is crazy.
No way.
Oh, scroll down a little bit, and you will see the. You will see a link instead of scroll down, and then you'll see where you can download it.
Well, I've got it downloaded. The problem is that every time I try to open it, it's really weird. It's not.
Just open it right there on the page.
I tried that too.
The 2-page view.
Let me see.
That's it.
Okay. I think I'm back in business here. Okay. All right. Yeah, my friends, sorry for the problems here. This is very annoying to me as well. So let me get you to here again. And
Okay, this is the full screen of that PDF. I'm dropping it in the private right now. Click that; it'll come up as your whole page, like you started off with.
if you're talking to me, I can't hear you.
In the private chat, if you click that link that I just dropped in the private chat,
Yeah.
And dogs. Yeah, you said that you couldn't hear us, and look what happens. You hear them now, don't you?
Yeah, right.
But
Okay.
that'll pull your PDF right back up.
Cool. God, why was that so difficult? For crying out loud. All right. So Allegiant Stadium logo incorporates a rising sun, as in the dawning of the new great age of Satan. February 11th is the 42nd day of the year, and that in Egyptian mythology, the dead undergo ritual in which they must correctly address each of the 42 assessors of Mot by name. The first feast for Osiris is in year 1 of the new great age of Satan. Now that's an auspicious occasion. By the way, bro, how much do we have over on Rumble? All the Rumble crew. I want to see how many are sticking with us. And also, if you wouldn't mind checking X and
690 on Rumble.
690.
I don't even see us on X.
What's that?
I don't even see us on X.
Oh, hang on.
Should be under me.
Give me a second. Oh.
Unless it got taken down.
Nope, still there.
Okay. How many are there with us?
It shows. Oh, how do I? Oh, it shows when you go full screen.
So Freemason.
There's only 7 people over there.
27.
No, 7.
What's that?
7.
All 7. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of them came over to the YouTube side.
Oh, how many we got there?
Well, a lot of them came over to the YouTube side. We got 245 on the YouTube side and 13 on the X side.
Cool. And we don't have Facebook going today because you're a bad boy.
Yeah, I was a bad boy.
So so then we've got simple gematria for Freemasons 42. Also the number in which God creates the universe in Kabbalistic tradition. Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland, made repeated use of the number in his writings. The number 42 is also the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's the solution by Douglas Adams. The answer to the ultimate question of life, and calculated by an enormous supercomputer named Deep Thought over a period of 7.5 million years. Allegiant Stadium in Osiris. You can see the Luxor in the background, the pyramid. That's the Mandalay Bay, right to the right of the Luxor. That's where the shooting occurred. And that parking lot right in front, I believe the one right beyond the Allegiant Stadium is where the shooting occurred. It's the world's largest all-seeing eye, what might be viewed, okay? As well as 93-foot tall torch of illumination, symbol of the Illuminati and the light bearer, Lucifer. I know Lucifer is not the same entity as Satan, but the elite mix and match as they see fit, so I will too. As many will know, 93 is a common greeting among Thelemites, followers of Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templis Orientis, OTO. At the base of the torch is a shield design containing the capital letters AL, ostensibly the AL in Al Davis, former longtime owner of the Raiders, but also widely known as shorthand for Liberal. Crowley's Book of the Law, the Thelmic Bible, Crowley's Aeon of Horus, is now transitioning to the Aeon of Mot, presided over by, in part by Harmachis, symbolized by the rising sun. Do what thou wilt is the whole of the law, baby. And by the way, Boris Johnson's wife, it was just revealed after Putin put attention on Boris Johnson yesterday, with calling him out for keeping the peace from happening between Russia and Ukraine. Josh, who's seeking the truth, came up with Boris Johnson's wife, revealed to be an occultist Satanist who worshipped Aleister Crowley. Are we starting to see why Boris got mad at Tucker for interviewing Putin and called him a traitor? It's been revealed that Carrie Johnson, the wife of former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, is an occult Satanist who worships Aleister Crowley, the openly occultist and self-described wickedest man in the world. The disclosures coincide with days after Tucker Carlson was informed by Vladimir Putin that Johnson, as prime minister, destroyed a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine, resulting in hundreds of thousands of dead. Pictures of Johnson's wife participating in ritualistic satanic actions have recently surfaced. The former prime minister's wife is shown with a man who has the phrases "Do as thou wilt" and "Big Beast" inscribed on his body. He actually looks like a young boy. This is Boris Johnson's wife on this this satanic image. Where'd it go? Come on now.
Hey, real quick, why does the picture on the left look like Britney Spears?
Yeah, she does look a little like her, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Hold on. I have to. Yeah, I'm working. It's a weird setup here. Going to my TV. There we go. So I got to go over to there. Okay. Are you still seeing her?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is what I was trying to do. I was trying to get back to this and then take you down into closer pictures here. All right. This is her. Do as thou wilt is Aleister Crowley. Look at this young boy, and he's tied down to this chair. Weird. Okay. So what's going on here? And look at this imaging. Messages from Aleister Crowley's occult writings were scrawled across the scene. Cognac, I think that's CUNT, and cocaine. And here she is again. So they got some splaining to do. Okay. And by the way, flat out, Johnson was called out by Putin, and Johnson does not look good. Okay. Just know that. Like he is, did not come out of that interview unscathed. And certainly a bunch of people don't want to hear this guy, saying how Putin's wrong when Putin has no reason to lie. Maybe he has reason to lie, but you know what I'm saying. It's so this is some of these people. Mark Davis, owner of the Raiders. How in the hell can a dude with hair like that own an NFL team? Holy cow. Okay. Skull and bones. The skull and bones crossbones are an ancient symbol. Yale, more recent years, 322, the Brotherhood of Death. Look at the Raiders logo and also the death logo. The image's deep esoteric symbolism represents galactic center, which was symbolized by a skull, and the great celestial cross, symbolized by the crossbones. Celestial cross, location of the galactic alignment and galactic center are extremely close to one another in the heavens. Thus, the skull and crossbones is a symbolic reference to the shift of the Great Age. Oh, and the 13th card in the tarot, La Mort, death. The Great Wheel. Should you have any remaining doubt that it's a galactic shift, the great builders have left us yet another Swiftian Easter egg, the zodiac, the great wheel in the sky, turns in the heavens upon the fixed point of the North Star, Polaris, the hub of the great wheel, the name of the street adjacent to Allegiant Stadium to the west, Polaris. We're all set for another spin of the wheel in Vegas. Of course, the roulette wheel. The word allegiant, by the way, is the adjective form of allegiance, and in demonstrating allegiance to the Dark Lord, Allegiant was also the title of the dystopian novel for young adults, which spawned a subsequent book and film series and is widely considered a bad knockoff of the Hunger Games franchise. The fictional bird in the Hunger Games is the mockingjay, a variant of the phoenix. So in one image, we have the snake and the phoenix, both powerful symbols of the elite. As I've noted on numerous occasions, the Hunger Games, books, films, are the cryptocracy's chosen cinematic metaphor for their own real-world ill deeds. And they have timed the release of these films to numerous nefarious acts past, present, and future. As but one example, releasing the second cinematic installment in the series, Catching Fire, to the 50th anniversary of the JFK assassination in 2013. They released the most recent film, a prequel, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, 86 days prior to February 11th. And if you're up on these sorts of things, you know that 86 is reference to getting whacked. The stadium's nickname, though perhaps ominous, is somewhat incongruous with the actual appearance of the structure, which resembles a giant Roomba more than a Death Star. Actually, this ultra-modern Roman Colosseum looks more like a supersized black obsidian scrying mirror, or of the type used by Elizabethan astrologer John Dee, whose personal mirror was called the Devil's Looking Glass. Speaking of Dee, he devised a calendar based on cycles of 33 years, which, although never formally adopted, may have become the basis for the cryptocracy's secret calendar. And speaking of 33s, the symbolic environment surrounding Super Bowl 58 is programmed with plenty of these free Masonic calling cards as well. The game begins at 3:30 local time. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Bureau released a statement saying that they're all expecting some 330,000 visitors for the big game. And Allegiant Stadium is located at 3333 Al Davis Way. More numerical programming, and by the way, 3333 is 12. 1 plus 2 is 3. Swift and Kelsey are both 34 years old, and while this could indeed be a coincidence, I'm sorry to have to tell you that it's probably not. In 2013, play was suspended at the New Orleans Blackout Bowl. I covered that. Super Bowl 47, Freemasons have an obsession with the 47th proposition for Euclid for 34 minutes. And the game was won with 34 points. Albert Durer's Magic Square played a significant role in Dan Brown's 2009 novel, The Lost Symbol. the square's magic constant being 34, meaning no matter which way you add the numbers, they always total that amount. Brown's 2013 Inferno, the best-selling book of that year, was built on clues connected to the first cantica of Dante's three-part Divine Comedy of the same name, Inferno. In Dante's work, we find Satan trapped in the innermost circle of hell, half entombed in ice, the account of which is contained in Canto 34. If you're interested, a full description of the ninth circle of hell can be found in Cantos 31 through 34, which, by the way, was the final score of Super Bowl 47. Wow. If you lost me on this one, guys, go back and read that one again. The number 34 is then code for the abode of Satan, and thus Satan himself. You be the judge. But perhaps it is also worth considering for a brief moment Kelsey's jersey number, 87. Seriously? You exclaim, exasperated? I'll make this short and sweet. 87 is known as the devil's number in cricket because it is 13. Yo, Taylor, points shy of 100. A century. So 87 is known as the devil's number because it's 13 points away from 100. That may or may not bode well for the attendees of Super Bowl 58, who would do well to recall the fatal fire in 1980 at the MGM Grand Hotel and Casino on the Strip in Paradise that killed 85. But another episode from 2013, covered in chapter 44 of my second book, Most Dangerous, A True Story, may or may not bode well for Swift and Kelsey in particular. Aaron, Alexis, and Miriam Carey, both 34 years old, were each hearing voices and died less than 2 miles apart from each other, 17 days apart in Washington, D.C., in which neither of them lived. There's much more to this story, but the bottom line is that both Alexis and Carey were targeted with ELF weaponry and killed for sacrificial purposes. Wow. Actually, the probability of both Swift and Kelsey being sacrificed, either at Super Bowl or elsewhere, is, I would say, extremely low. Although Kelsey, who some would argue is nearing the end of his football career, is like Ophiuchus, basically just a prop. Here, hold this snake. Swift would do well to recall the life of Dorothy Stratton. Oh my gosh. Okay. Dorothy Stratton is the woman. I haven't read this, by the way. I read parts of it, but I knew it was good enough that I wanted to share it with you. But Dorothy Stratton was the one who talked about that said the quote, humans are their game. They're playing with us. They're fucking with us. They are controlling us. They're enslaving us. They're laughing at us. We are funding them. We're giving them money and after they're hitting us, we're giving them money and saying, please, may I have another? And they hit us again, and we give them more money, and they hit us again. We are Stockholm victims to our captors. She was once called the next Marilyn Monroe, 1980 Playboy Playmate of the Year, and about whom Playboy publisher Hugh Hefner once commented, she is something rather special. They always are, but Dorothy is really quite unique. Kelsey may have done himself in by allowing Pfizer to pump him full of their latest booster shot and greedily prostituting himself to hawk the snake oil venom to unsuspecting fans and the general public at large. Although if you're not aware of the dangers of the clot shot at this point, there's probably no helping you. Isn't that the truth? And by the way, when people finally realize what was in this shot, think about this. Everybody in that stadium tonight that watched this game, everybody that watched on television, that knows Travis Kelsey, that knows his brother, that knows their podcast, that watches, that maybe met him through Taylor Swift, and love him because Taylor loves him. Think about the backlash against somebody like he who lied to thee about the death of the V. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty for these people. They will not be able to walk down the street. This is Dorothy Stratton. Let me just get a little close up here so you can see her face. Can you see her face? Everybody see her face? Oh, hold on. There we go. Sorry. Sorry, I was a little low.
Yeah.
And here there's this is another great shot of her here. Right there. And in the 31st century, man finally created a machine with feelings, Galaxina. Think about the work of the woman who played the alien or the robot. She's big. I'm forgetting her name right now. Guys, help me out, please. She said she gave a foreshadowing to her ultimate fate. She wrote, "To live in this heaven, this Disneyland where people are the games." The moral of the story, just because you're super famous doesn't mean they won't whack you for the ritualistic purposes and or shits and giggles. The Ultimate Sacrifice, they get into Princess Diana, John Kennedy, King Arthur of old, the Sun King, the 35th president symbolized all this. And Queen Elizabeth, who was quietly and gently ushered into the great beyond on a very specific date associated with Sirius, the dog star, at the very, very tail end of the dying great age, the old mother goddess crone being offered up as final sacrifice. JFK wasn't royalty, you say? Indeed, but there is the long practiced tradition of the royal substitute, in which a fitting replacement is identified as a suitable substitution for the king himself in the divine or royal sacrifice ritual. JFK's father, Joseph Kennedy, was highly connected with the British elite and British royalty, serving among other positions as the U.S. Embassy for the UK between the years of 38 to 40. And of course, this isn't the length of the great age 26,000 years, and here he is 26,000 on the tail of Air Force One. Interesting. The Return of the King. I, mainly in private and others in public, have contended for some time that Prince William, son of Diana, born on the summer solstice, perfectly meets the symbolic mythological criteria for King Arthur reborn, the new Sun King of the dawning of the great age. And now here in 2024, year one, it is announced that his father, King Charles, unfortunately has been diagnosed with cancer, right on cue. This could facilitate the coronation of King William in year one, with the coronation of Charles in year zero, having been a mere symbolic placeholder for the once and future king. As to whether William meets the criteria for the Messiah or conversely the Antichrist, I'm not going to touch. I will note that as the prospective inheritor of the throne and replacement for JFK as the divine Sun King, it is precisely 22,000 days from November 22nd, 1963 to February 15th, Valentine's Day and Lupercalia of 2024. And if King Charles were to pass or step down on that date, William would automatically assume the throne. the ancient pagan holiday, Lupercalia, horn god Pan, and there was also connections with the celebration of the mythological founders of Rome, twins Romulus and Remus. I won't bore you with the details. In short, if William were to ascend on February 15th, that would be highly fitting, as it could inaugurate a new world empire. By the way, 22,000 is the most off-cited estimated number of persons in attendance at the Route 91 Harvest Festival. Again, seriously, you mutter. I have repeatedly documented the ongoing ritualistic back and forth between the US and UK across the Great Pond. But then again, distance is no obstacle in ritual and frequency. Frequently, we find symbolic connections involving names, numbers, etc., i.e. engineered synchronicities across vast geographic spans. So shut the fuck up. Completely obliterated in terms of predictive programming. It's so obvious as to barely merit mention, but I will include it nonetheless. Here is from the author of the most dangerous book in the world, 9/11 is Mass Ritual and Most Dangerous, a True Story. Blackjack, The Dawning of the New Great Age of Satan. That is from S.K. Bain, who we are reading presently, my friends. S.K. Bain. Okay. This is this really, really bad show that takes place in Las Vegas, and they're trying to keep a bomb from exploding. And I watched this in predictive of the, what the upcoming. Didn't give it much thought. C. Thomas Howell is the only actor I know in this whole thing. And I know Tommy, he's he's got a family. He's been around Hollywood a long, long time. And but just doing 2 movies with him, he was a class act. And but maybe there's some predictive programming here. Maybe they're waiting for people to go home. Maybe they're waiting for people to be asleep tonight. I don't know. Maybe they're not doing anything at all, and they're just making us more and more aware of the absolute crazy level of coincidences and numerology and satanic imaging and brainwashing. It's next level. I mean, it's off the charts. So just the awareness of this is very important. Obliterated action dramedy, okay, on Netflix, by the way, obviously. It was canceled after 1 season. Stop a deadly terrorist network from blowing up in Vegas. They complete the mission, celebrate with a night on the town filled with sex, drugs, and alcohol. It's just very depraved. It's just, it's nasty. Like over the top. You know what I mean? They discover that the nuclear bomb they neutralized was fake, so the team must fight through their intoxications to find the real one to save the day. Giving the series 1 out of 5 stars, a reviewer in The Guardian wrote, "The pace is so excruciating and the show so repetitive that by the 3rd hour, nothing would seem more heroic than someone detonating the bomb and putting us all out of our misery. Again, that's such an obvious and predictable foreshadowing that we could completely rule out a nuclear attack on Vegas during Super Bowl, except for this, in which, by the way, I did." Hey, would one of you want to read this slow? Your eyes might be better than Hawk's. I don't know, but I need to take a break here, and I'd like to keep this rolling, and I could keep it going as you read it.
Did he fall asleep in his chair?
Oh,
let me get my glasses.
What a lightweight.
Yeah. Are you there, Slow?
Yeah, I'm here. Somebody sent me a message. Franchot Pearson just did a breakdown of the stage.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
A breakdown of the stage.
Yeah.
Will you send that to me in private chat?
Sure.
And who's going to pick up the reading?
I was kind of in the middle of cooking dinner.
All right, Slow. We need you.
All right, where were we at?
Project Blackjack.
Don't worry, there's only 140 pages left. So,
okay. Project Blackjack.
Hey, we're on page 17, by the way. Go ahead, take it away.
Project Blackjack was the name of a peculiar slideshow series sequentially published on the website of the London Telegraph over a period of weeks in early 2009. The plot, which involved a series of simultaneous nuclear attacks on major cities around the world, a true 112 global emergency. The series spawned all sorts of conspiracy theories at the time, but when the predicted target date came and went uneventfully, the public's fears were calmed and the series passed out of memory. That is until I resurrected it as a partial basis for my book, Blackjack, The Dawning of Yeah. But that wasn't widely read, so it didn't really matter. The series contains slides including a variety of symbolism and secret codes, and although the elite ultimately turned out to be the villain, the attacks were initially blamed on a scapegoat organization called the New Dawn. Of course, that doesn't prove anything in this instance, but it's worth noting the similarities to the dense symbolism we find in Super Bowl 58, completely encrusted with. And then there's this. From the release date of Obliterated on 11/30/23 until 2/15/24, Lupercalia and the potential return of King Arthur is 77 days old. And as many of you are aware, 77 is, according to Aleister Crowley, the number of Baphomet. Long live the king. Hurry up already. This is a blog, not my next book, so I have to wrap this up somewhere. But there's still so much to unpack, so I'm going to be as brief as possible and move swiftly. How'd you like that? Ms. Swift has sure been in the news a lot lately, and well outside her usual lanes. The 2023 Time Magazine Person of the Year, Swift has recently been the victim of over 30 instances of stalking by the Give me just a second, folks. Okay. By the same individual, David Crow, 33. How's that? Catch and release. No bail thing working out for you in New York City. And the victim of a huge amount of AI-generated porn. Internet experts fear that the volume of Swiftian porn could grow so large as to break the internet and necessitate the introduction of Web 3.0. No, wait. That's what they're claiming general AI might do if it's given control of that and breaks down all the quantum encryption codes. I get confused. Dave, can you scroll down a little bit?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get back to it, and give me 1 second. Yeah, sorry. Okay. There we go.
Oh
my God.
Killed me.
Oh my God. The AI. Holy cow. And if you can speak up any louder, that'd be great.
Oh, that Sesame Street picture is killing me.
Yeah.
So we've got Mrs. Time, Mr. 33, and one of the AI-generated images. Swift has also very recently publicly implored a University of Central Florida junior to quit tracking her private jet and publicly revealing its location, claiming that she lives in a constant state of fear because of him. The First Amendment is a bitch, ain't it, Taylor? We've been there a number of instances.
Yeah.
Over the past few years of unauthorized personnel taking command of an aircraft's computerized flight control system via hacking. Never mind. Ushering in the new great age. Taylor Swift reportedly turned down the opportunity to headline Super Bowl 58's halftime show, and recording artist Usher was subsequently selected. We are in a gambling capital of the world, and on the day of the biggest gambling event of the year, perhaps in world history, swift-footed Roman god Mercury, one of two primary gods of gambling, is no doubt being invoked in this mega ritual. In a way, Mercury is not the only god of gamblers, however, but also a psychopomp, a conductor of souls who ushers, get it, the dead to the underworld. Howdy, Osiris. So also, I just want to make this known. When we were watching that video earlier, Dave, in Las Vegas, where The Rock and the other guy, what was his name again? That's right, Roman Reigns. And they were in Vegas. So, just to kind of give you a little thought to that process. Leading up to Super Bowl 58, Usher made his first appearance on the cover of Vogue magazine, making history as the first male artist to appear solo. However, some fans were disappointed that he shared the spotlight with a bunch of random kids and an aging model. As usual, most everybody missed the entire point of the cover. 1. Usher's wearing a jumbo bright red metallic rose on the flower, or the flower having a history as a symbol of secrecy, sub rosa, under the rose, and of Horus, son of Isis and Osiris. 2. Jersey numbers 7 by 11 equals 77, Baphomet's number, and 10 plus 11 equals 21 plus 7 equals 28 plus 16 equals 44, Horus's number. Usher's thumb is pointing at and intersecting with G, as in the Freemasonic Great Geometer of God. 4. The Junior Giles team provides a little Freemasonic history lesson. The Norse Gaels, derived from the original Scandinavian settlers in Scotland, marrying local Picts and later Gauls, both Celtic peoples. They eventually dominated the Orkneys, the Hebrides, and West Scotland, much of Ireland, northern England. The origins of the 3 degrees of Freemasonry are the remains of their ancient initiation rituals to Freya, Odin, and Thor. 5. The woman pictured, supermodel Carolyn Murphy, was named VH1 Vogue's Model of the Year in 1998, the year of the galactic alignment proper, a galactic goddess reference, or maybe not. The Paradise Ritual Complex. We've recently discussed that the jumbo black obsidian scrying mirror that is the Allegiant Stadium. Lest you find my argument for this a little unconvincing, I'll reference you my first book, The Most Dangerous Book in the World, 9/11, A Mass Ritual. in which I devote a good deal of copy to unveiling the World Trade Complex as a gigantic open-air ceremonial complex, the Twin Towers as the twin pillars of Freemasonry, the Millennium Hotel is a gigantic recreation of Stanley Kubrick's monolith from his masterpiece 2001, Unfinished Pyramids, Domes, Step Pyramids, and the list goes on, with the entire setting being overseen by the Statue of Liberty or Lucifer. In Paradise, Nevada, too, we find that we can readily be interpreted as ceremonial center of Luxor Hotel, a sleek black pyramid replete with sphinxes and obelisk, and the world's most powerful light shooting out of the top of it, which one could argue constitutes the brightest tribute to the light bearer on Earth. So that's one big black shiny mega symbol directly across from one another. Give me a break about the stadium, okay? Also, there's Mandalay Bay Hotel, from which Stephen the Toad Paddock, the Google Shakespeare in Paddock, did his record-setting killing, the name of which contains an oblique reference to the Wizard of Oz. As I explained in the blog, I encourage you to read at the outset. Stephen Paddock, American Made. Nearby MGM was originally Wizard of Oz themed, although it has since been remodeled. In the World Trade Complex stood the Solomon Brothers Building, more widely known as Building 7, paying homage to King Solomon and in the key role he plays in Freemasonic lore, which stood 47 stories tall, and 2 paid homage to the 47 position of Euclid, the Pythagorean theorem of extreme importance to Freemasons. The Mandalay Bay Hotel is Y-shaped, and although there are a number of practical reasons to design a hotel in this particular shape, I'm not going to list them, they're boring. What you need to know in this instance is the 25th letter of the alphabet is the letter of Pythagorean, the Pythagorean letter, as Pythagoras held that is represented by human life. I'm not going to explain why. Google it. One might find it more ironic then that Paddock chose, or had chosen for him, the supersized Pythagorean Y, symbolizing human life, from which to launch his harvest of human life, the deadliest mass shooting in American history. Paddock fired upon the crowd on the 32nd floor, as in the 32nd degree of Freemasonry. The hotel originally opened March 2nd, 1999. That's 24 years ago on 3/2. The letter Y is also said to symbolize Horus, but I have no idea why. Nope, I went too far. Dang it, did it again. The High Roller is the world's tallest Ferris wheel, standing at 550 feet tall, where it may not symbolize the great wheel in the sky, but it certainly is one. The great wheel in the sky. Craig, isn't that what the Ferris wheel in Britain is called, the Great Wheel?
I don't know. Isn't it the needle or something?
It might be. I know they have the Space Needle in Seattle.
Yeah. See what people are saying in the chat.
Does anybody know what the Ferris wheel in London is called?
I'll look
And I know
on
they have I know they have one in Chicago too, at Navy Pier.
Okay. Let me get into the chat. Let's see. Guys, what's it called in London? The still got 620 in on Rumble. Guys, if you're doing Rumble, or you want to try Rumble, please check this out. Or you want to try Rumble. This is my Rumble channel, The Indoctrination. Check this space. Or and you can see, try Rumble. This is my Rumble channel, The Indoctrination. Got a chat going over here on the right side. And you can see try London Eye, Nancy Letter says London Eye. Got a chat going over here on the right side. And thank you. Try London Eye, Nancy Letter says London Eye. Got a chat going over here on the right side. I'll get back to this. Try London Eye, also Letter says London Eye. Got a chat going over here on the right side. I'll get back to this. Try London Eye, also Letter says London Eye. Instead, there we go. And we're back to this.
Then there's the sphere. I'll let the images speak for themselves, which, and this is interesting. Dave, I'm sure you've seen Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember where they held the Senate?
Yeah.
Wasn't it in a sphere also?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
And then we have the Death Star, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, the Aegis Tour. Now, whether Taylor Swift is an actual high priestess, knowingly playing her role, or simply plays one on television, I don't know. I would say that it doesn't really matter, except for the fact that if she truly is one, she's trotting all over the globe, casting spells on hundreds of millions of people. To my knowledge, she is never admitting having sold her soul to the devil, unlike many other popular musicians, including Snoop Dogg, Jay-Z, and Bob Dylan. And that's the only explanation that makes any sense of his popularity, because the man can't sing. But the insane level of her popularity and financial success might argue otherwise. Taylor Swift's latest tour, which is the highest grossing tour of all time, and the first to surpass $1 billion in revenue, is entitled the Eras Tour, which is quite interesting in light of the fact that we're in the middle of an unprecedented mass ritual focused on time. Eras is synonymous with ages, and the 12 ages comprise the Great Age Tour. I understand that Eras is ostensibly referring to the phases of her musical career. You're missing the point. Next up, here's what they really want you to worry about. And there's a graphic of the Civil War movie coming up this spring. And if we look at that picture real quick, the one right above, bizarre conspiracy theory claims Taylor Swift is a clone of satanic high priestess. In that Zelina LeVay, those two could be, those two, I'm telling you, they could be related somehow. Whether or not she's a clone, I don't know. But I mean, that's creepy. Yeah, it's Anton LaVey's daughter.
Listen, there's so much of a likeness. It's crazy. Then you take this picture of her making a funny face or a face in her show or something. It doesn't really, it doesn't. But look at LaVey. I mean,
yeah, look at the eyebrows, the bridge of the nose, the shape of the mouth.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's been talking about that. Here's what they really want you to worry about: Civil War. And by the way, my gosh, we'll go at any rate. Ex Machina, 28 days later, Ex Machina, Annihilation, Civil War, written, directed by Alex Oakland, spring 2024. Well, what we're hearing, which is very interesting, is that different stories about the Statue of Liberty, right? About what it really represents. And but we'll get to that. But keep on and going. Oh, so this is the end.
Yeah.
This blog would not have been possible without the synchronistic dark humor and expletive-filled insights and encouragement of one who seeks no exposure and wishes to remain anonymous. Thanks, dude. And this is, of course, S.K. Bain. So, my friends, sign up for his website. Some great work. He or she. Don't mean to assume, but that was gold right there, and that was some really good work. Hawk, are you within earshot? I may have to see. Sec. Where the heck? My glasses. Looking for my glasses, slow. I'll be right back.
All right, man.
Sorry. I'm still cooking, but yeah, I caught most of that. I got to stop eating at 11 o'clock at night, You figure I'm up 8 o'clock in the morning at least, that I'd have eaten by now. But no, I get wrapped up in all this and I forget.
So
yeah, McCartney was definitely sacrificed, and he's yeah. Oh, on the West Coast conservative, it's only 10:47. It'll be another 10 minutes before it's done though. Go ahead, Slow. What's up?
All right.
Did you notice also from Friday night into yesterday that Kamala Harris and Mayorkas pretty much said the same thing over the end of 2 days?
The exact same talking points.
Yeah. Did you notice that also?
Yeah.
They even used the same word, which I've never really even heard that word used, which was gratuitous.
Yeah. I only hear that in restaurants. You know, when they're setting up their waitresses and everything, you know.
Let's see. My mic on?
Yeah.
Yep.
So that was pretty. I mean, you know, everything they're telling us, right? I mean, they're why. And it's not like it's not like it used to be. It used to be much more subtle, right? But they've ramped it up. And I think they've ramped it up because the white hats are in control, and the white hats have turned it up to 11. And so as to expose.
Well, Trump said that we had 5 months in which to take Biden out, and that was in October. And
yeah,
and it's now. You know, it's now. This is that 5 months. You know, you know.
Hey, how many Southern Californians do we have in the house? And would you be up for getting together next weekend? It's a long weekend next weekend, probably next Sunday, a week from today, in Southern California, a little mini Sned Fest. That will do maybe a little show and a talk and a meet and greet. And you get to see if I'm as every bit as handsome in person as I am right now on the screen with my face rising from the ashes. So let me know in the chat, would you?
I just dropped your email into the Rumble side, so they can respond to you in email.
You get what email did you give them?
I gave them the DaveSned at Gmail.
Oh, okay. Most
Is that
of
a
them,
bad one? I can't delete it.
yeah. Yeah, and I mean, some people have it from Zelle, but I don't use it that much. Just once in a while. But all that stuff, like I'd have go to Barbara, and I think that's Sned.
Yeah, you got a couple of people over there already responding.
Snedheadsbubby at Gmail.
Snedheads, Sned.
HEDZ. Bubby.
HEDZ. Okay. HEDZ. Bubby. BUBB.
E. Yeah.
BBE. At Gmail.
Yeah. Could you spell that back to me?
SNEDHEDZ BUBBE at gmail.com.
So yeah, HEDZ, right?
HEDZ, yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, if you could drop that in both, guys. And you can email me. That's not a problem. It's just that Barbara's happy to just coordinate the peeps. So and she's always done it for all the Sned Fests that we've done. But happy to come out and see you all, and I'm going to be there coaching, and so I'll be in town. I'll be staying with friends in Ventura, but I'll probably want to do something closer to LA just because of proximity. But yeah. So I want to share this with you all. Let me see here. This is not on DavidSnedeker.com. This is what's happening now? Oh, I see. Okay. I forgot I'm using this. Yeah, that LeVay Swift thing is just, it's off the charts. I can take that off now. I forgot I had that on still. Karen says, would love to see you on the East Coast, Dave. Been waiting 7 years to meet you. That's very sweet, Karen. You know, I was on the East Coast. I was up in Maryland. But I wasn't in a state to do that kind of a thing. As you know, I wasn't even doing shows. So, but I will get back. I promise, and we'll do something because there's a lot of you on the East Coast, and I love that. Knoxville, Tennessee. Yeah, my dad used to be in Teleco, Papa Sned. You guys know. And so let me, what I want to show you here real quick. And this is, my friends, this is what I'm going to show you right now. Okay. Is, let me see. And I lost it. As I often do. Just so you guys know, I think I might have 70 or 80 windows open right now on my computer and my TV screen. And it's too much. It's because getting around is slowing me down. So, but the problem is there's so much I want to share and I find it and I want to leave it up. But it's crazy how many I have open. So, my apologies on some of this, like just, dicking around stuff. And I will do better, endeavor. Oh, wow, Karen, you changed my life, Dave. And then I met Hawk. That's awesome. So I changed her life and then she dumps me for Hawk. How does that work? What's up with that? Huh?
I need to cut out, guys. I've got an early morning ahead of me.
All right.
Be that way.
It was good to be with y'all. It really was.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks for pulling up some great stuff there at the end and for your insight into all that's happening. Good stuff, man. Thank you.
Not a problem, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me come up.
All right. See you, man.
We'll see you.
Yeah. Get some rest.
Yeah. I'm not far behind. a couple things, folks. Let me pull this up. Hawk, what do you think? Just a little. What else? What else you got in you?
Oh, I'm still cooking dinner, brother. I'm just waiting on the.
Okay.
You're
Cool.
looking at the timer right now. So I'm getting ready to go pull it out of the off the grill there.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Because I have not eaten yet today, and it's been a very, very busy day. The dogs had me very busy until we got on, and even then they were still keeping me busy. So
yeah, right.
And for those of you that don't know, I have 29 German Shepherds, and I'm not kidding. They will tell you, I'm not kidding. I have 29 German Shepherds, and they keep me very, very busy.
So, so my friends, I am. So I got to tell you a story. So speaking of the East Coast and everything that we were just talking about, and I was just not being in a good place. I had just had a lot of loss in my life, and it was a very difficult time. And I met with David Strait in Washington D.C. and he was filming a documentary, and we got together, and we went to a Cuban restaurant. He treated quite graciously. Wonderful Brazilian, or not Brazilian, but like Cuban steak meal and meats, and it was amazing. And I met a friend of his by the name of Dr. Buzz, who's not a doctor, but they call him Dr. Buzz because he's like next level, like just really fantastic human. And he learned a bit of what I was going through. And I had asked him about this bracelet that David had, that he said keeps him safe from EMF and bioenergetic, like the really bad bioenergetic stuff. And so he said, he showed me like what it did, and like stood me up. He had me hold out my hand straight down like a tree, and he pushed on my hand to see what it would take to knock me off balance. Like he pushed down on me, and he easily knocked me off balance because my feet are together. That's what they ask you to do. And then he puts this bracelet that he was wearing in my hand and does the same thing, and he can't move me. He can't budge me. And I was very intrigued by this, obviously. And Buzz, who owns this company, he took his bracelet off his, because he said that David said, I've been under attack, and like electromagnetic attack, like they're like readable on scales, on EMF meters and so forth, and he said, and this has helped keep me balanced and protected me. And it projects my heart out. And so it's what it does is, I don't want to get too much into it, but it's really remarkable in that it got me out of a rut. So he took off this bracelet. He gives it to me. It's a $400 bracelet, and he gives it to me because he knows what I've been going through. And I got to tell you, there's been a difference, and there was an immediate shift, and I can't quite explain it. And I don't know if everyone's going to have a similar experience, but I have shared 4 or 5 products in 5 years with my audience. This is the 5th. And I will say this, there's some expensive stuff in there, but there's also some stuff that's manageable, like this spray. And he'll show you what he did with this spray, and how his wife sprayed it on the tree in December, and the tree kept its green leaves. A cut tree kept its green needles and not fallen needles all the way to June. Okay. So this is our protection against EMF. Now, I will say that there are cheaper protections against EMF out there, but this doesn't block EMFs. It doesn't block Wi-Fi. It doesn't block your cell phone. What it does is it changes the frequency to a beneficial frequency, the matching frequency of our human DNA. And that spray that was used, that was to match plant DNA. And there's another one that matches animal DNA. And this is next level technology. And if it's something that you can afford, I recommend it. I've been wearing this for 5 months, this bracelet. And now I have a house system, which it's just these things that you put on the box of your house so that everything electrical coming into your house now carries this frequency that matches your DNA and keeps telling your body, everything's great, everything's great, everything's great. It's like it's crazy. And that's what it was doing to that tree, which was crazy that tree stayed for as long as it did. Green. So this is the bracelet I have. Actually, it was a $500 bracelet he handed me. And it has, so at any rate, I welcome you to check out this website, and just, if it's something that speaks to you, it spoke to me. And that's all I'm going to say. And I'm going to drop in the drops. You just watched about what, 50? No, you probably 300 commercials tonight. And I gave you what, 2 or 3? And how long have we been on, Hawk?
7 hours, 23 minutes, and 6 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you have it. Yeah, copper bracelets is a whole different thing. Copper bracelets is so I just dropped that link, and if you use the you have to use the code SNED20, and you'll get 20% off and free shipping in February. So free shipping on anything and 20% off. So SNED20. And probably David Straight's audience that has been going through learning more about state nationals, and Bobby Lawrence, who does the same thing. Those folks that actually went to the seminars are the only ones that have seen this product at this level of development. And so this is very, very new. This has not been out there. Nobody has this technology. This is not about protecting, because it's coming from everywhere. All right. Smart meters, TVs, microwaves, Wi-Fi, cellular, 5G, 4G LTE, 3G. I mean, it's like, it's nonstop. And we're driving by these things every day. You can't you can't block them. You'd have to literally walk around in an aluminum a bubble or a copper bubble to keep you from being hit. So the key is allowing the shifting of the frequency to the beneficial frequency of ourselves. And so that's that. And I'll also drop that over in the Rumble chat. I think I got to sign in for that. Yeah. So at any rate, so that's that, my friends. Let me get you back here to Hawk and I. Hawk, what do you got? And also,
I'm sitting here cutting up these little mini potatoes and covering them with butter. And I got a packet of garlic and pepper and salt and something else in there. I don't know what the heck it is, some kind of herb.
Nice.
And I got a chunk of meat sitting on a plate, and I'm getting ready to, as soon as I get done cutting up all these potatoes and getting them saturated with butter, I'm going to go to town on eating.
There you go.
Because the more I look at this, the more I realize that I should have ate like 4 hours ago. Yeah, I do that to myself sometimes, though. I'll pull a 12-hour and then realize that I haven't eaten yet, and I'll be cooking at midnight, up until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning because I ate too late. And you can't just go to sleep after you eat like that. It's not good for you. You know how that goes, especially, with on the sports side of things. What tends to make your body keep weight. It's not like I can't use a little bit of weight though. So.
Right.
It'll blow me over now.
You'll get it back.
Yeah. It's that you honestly, what really messed me up, Dave, was that ramen diet that I had myself on.
Oh yeah.
Because it just like messed up my entire digestive tract for a long time. But I ate ramen, like every day for like 6 months in a row, and that was the only thing I ate. And it was just, it was just really bad for you.
So there's this app that I use on my phone. I just started using it. It's called Yucca, and when you go in a store, you do the. By the way, I dropped that information in Rumble, guys, in both the chat and also the permanent chat on Rumble. Which is the comments under the thing, not in the actual chat. But at any rate, the excuse me. I forget what I was saying. What the heck?
You were talking about Yucca.
Yeah. So thank you. So you scan the barcode, and it tells you from a scale of 1 to 100 what the value is of that particular product. And I saw the ramen, and I never eat ramen, but I know you do. And I forgot to tell you this, but I went and I checked the ramen. Out of 100, it has 0.
Yep.
0. And I knew
Yeah.
it wasn't urgent, by the way, because this just happened like 2 weeks ago, and I know you haven't been eating ramen.
Yeah, I've actually been away from it for about 2 months now. So, yeah, but you eat what you can afford, So, and it's
Yep. And speaking of which, by the way, you guys know how to, support me, DavidSnedeker.com, and I showed you those links. But if you would, Hawk, if you wouldn't mind dropping your Cash App in there, I tell you guys, with Hawk, a little goes a long way. Okay, this guy is very frugal, and he doesn't need much, but I tell you, he needs more than ramen. And so this is the new economy. We got to put our attention and our focus on people that are doing good things. But there's some, but what a night. I am going to part ways. This was fun, man. I'm glad we did this. And we outlasted the Super Bowl.
and then some.
Yeah. Anything to add?
No. I'll be on tomorrow on our regular schedule. Again, probably about 11 o'clock in the morning, my time, West Coast time. So that's like 1 o'clock. Everybody else is one or two. The rest of the ones there, I'll have a whole bunch of stuff to occupy people's minds. Plus, we'll probably have more info on the Super Bowl as well, because you know that there's we probably got 10,000 anons across the country that are combing through there to pick out every little thing that they can find. And so far, going through Twitter, I'm seeing quite a bit already. So,
on the Super Bowl stuff.
Yeah, especially on that one I was telling you about, the well, easiest way to show you is to just show you. Remember, I was talking about her friend up in the stands with her. She got Taylor Swift. You got her friend, and this is her other friend. Watch her. This girl right here in the orange. You ready?
Can you make it any bigger?
No, that's the biggest I can make it.
Okay.
Totally cast a spell right there on the spot.
Wait a
Same
minute.
time. You see her?
Yeah.
There might be another one on here of even closer. Let's see. Because like I said, people are already talking about it.
Hey, did Biden go on with a presidential message before the Super Bowl or halftime?
Yeah. This guy here is enjoying the Super Bowl on all the people that he scammed money out of. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
That's it. That just like totally ticks me off.
Yeah. But he's got it coming to him.
Look at
By the
Jay-Z's
way-
new look.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. You're telling me. Looks like somebody's black grandma.
Sick of raising her daughter's kids.
Yeah. It's, come on. There's got to be a close-up of this. There's that Egyptologist referred to him as Usir. Well, you already knew that part there from the sun god. That's what that is there. Yeah, don't need to see that. Come on. Eminem. Oh, come on. Oh, by the way, Trump appeared today at a dinner or something, and he was actually wearing a black tie. Never seen him wear a black tie before. Never, ever.
Really?
Nope. Not in all the years that I've seen him on TV. I've never once seen him in a black tie.
Just at a funeral.
Yeah. We were talking, you and I were talking about this the other day. Cannabis.
Yeah.
You know, the hemp, building houses out of hemp. That guy just took a torch to that, couldn't burn through it. Fireproof, self-insulating. Yep. Yeah, there's actually a whole bunch of stuff on here that is like, I'll be showing a lot of this stuff tomorrow, but I want to find that one of this girl because, like I said, it's, you know, I understand it was hard to see with the way that they had that set up there, but I mean, that was 100% pure satanic there, and you kind of couldn't miss it. Oh, here you go.
Well,
this is the one.
Let's go back to that one then.
Black tie.
Oh, it looks. Is it a formal event?
Yeah. Oh, look at her. You tell me that it's not formal.
Amazing. Oh my God.
Doesn't she? Incredible. And speaking of David Straight, right there.
Yep.
He's talking about the cure for cancer.
Yeah, this is this. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. That's Usher's performance. Yeah, you want to know how sick people are in Las Vegas, guys? Okay, understand what gambling can do to a person. Okay, woman isn't even getting up to go to the bathroom.
Oh my God. No, come on. That's got to be a spilled drink or something.
No, it's dripping, literally dripping. It's yeah. Come on, it's like, what the heck? These people are getting sick, man. It's like it's a certain point now where people are just doing this.
Hey, take this off screen, will you? Just so we don't have to look at the scroll.
Yeah,
it's very
yeah.
It's very jumpy.
Yeah, until I find it. Yeah, I can do that.
But yeah.
Just we're at that point right now where people have to choose what side they're on, and it's becoming more and more apparent and very, very clear that it's come to this point. And now more than ever, I just remind people that God is is an awesome force. And he's a powerful force to protect you, and utilize the tools that he gave you in order to protect yourself and protect your family. Prayer is the first one to always remember, and remember he's the boss, and as long as you can remember that and follow his rules, then he's going to do everything that he can to protect you for the rest of your life and protect your family, your children, everything all the way down the line. So try to stay on top of it, and remember that you control your destiny. You control where you go, and how much everybody else affects you. And remember that you're better than you were. Oh, got it. Okay, you're better than you were yesterday. Every day that you wake up and you learn something new, and you see something new, and you share something new, every single day. Okay, here we go, Dave. You ready? You see her now?
Yeah.
So she's wearing that upside down cross. First off, right here, upside down cross. Here we go.
What the hell? That's the devil.
Yep. And she's sitting right there with Taylor Swift, doing it right there. Taylor Swift is downing, chugging a drink with her other friend here at the time that she's doing this. And as soon as Taylor sets her drink down, she high fives this girl for doing that.
Wow.
Yeah. Ice Spice, I think her name is. Or is it Black Spice? Somebody said Black Spice.
Can you pull her up?
Actually, Nicole actually sent me something on her. Give me a second. I can pull it up on with my signal. Let's see. Is this the one? Oh, no, that's not it. Okay. That's the Joe Biden one. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so how do you make it bigger? Ice Spice. She's an American rapper. Isis Nyjah Gaston, known professionally as Ice Spice, is an American rapper born and raised in the Bronx in New York City. Songs: Barbie World, Boy is a Liar, Part 2. She's 24 years old. Yeah. Ice Spice. Well, we also know that now that she's a witch. Yeah. Crazy, huh? Fall asleep on me, Dave?
Not quite, almost. But I do have to peel off.
All right.
Because we're going down more.
Yeah.
And and you got to show, if you're going to do something tomorrow, dude, we got to call it. And get you just relax, eat your dinner, and we'll let people, do their thing. My friends, thanks for hanging with us today. Everyone have a good time. And if you want to come to an event in Southern California next, probably Sunday, I'm thinking, please reach out to snedheadsbubby@gmail.com, Barbara. And let her know. She doesn't even know, so you'll be surprising her. Unless she's listening and watching, which we connected earlier today. All right, that's some creepy shit, this thing here, man. And I wouldn't say the cross is upside down, but it's definitely not. They are showing us in plain sight. It's just ridiculous. It's really remarkable.
Symbolism will be their downfall.
That's right. All right, buddy. Well, thanks for hanging, and that was good. We'll do it again.
Yep.
All right, pal.
folks. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Peace.
Good night, everybody. Much love. Much love.